just have the very classy overhearing me figuring this thing.
Oh,
Oh, I meant for posting to other places.
GM. Question: do I have my own quarters? Yes or no?
Yes, you're the only
Okay.
person who does.
And question: did I pick this crew, or is this crew just assigned to this ship from the Bellerophon's staff?
From the Bellerophon and K4, and I think there's a few people who weren't on neither, so they would have traveled on the Defiant as it brought the Andromeda out, as it towed the Andromeda out here.
And as for blurb, yeah, fire that at me. I'll put that in the playlist for the archive. Or like
Yeah,
the
that
playlist is.
definitely would have been me amongst other people because my last assignment was in San Francisco.
That's fine. As I was thinking about my log, I didn't know if I should say I handpicked this crew. The answer is no. Most of this crew was picked for me.
Well, righty then. Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today it is the actual first episode of our little adventure, Star Trek Return to the Frontier, a second edition Star Trek Adventures TTRPG tale, centering around, as far as I'm aware, it'll be centering around mostly around the USS Andromeda. But I'm not GMing. I am actually a player, the Chief Master at Arms, Chief of Security for the ship. So I surrender the floor to the GM.
And I surrender it to our captain to give us the log for episode 1, False Signals.
Okay. Computer, recognize command transfer of the USS Andromeda from Commanding Officer of Record to Lieutenant Commander Solaris. Command code authorization Charlie Tango 7-3 Beta. Computer, initialize Captain's log for USS Andromeda. Set this instant as stardate 0000.0 for all ships, records, and logs. Connect to Deep Space 4 in exchange of stardates records. Read this crew manifest into memory and set listed codes for officers and crew. Command code authorization Charlie Tango 7-3 Beta. Computer finalize command and crew transfer and generate new command codes. Command code authorization Charlie Tango 7-3 Beta. That out of the way.
There's a long whirring from a still partially mechanical computer because y'all don't yet have a Duotronic computer, and then it reads back stardate 0000.1, Lieutenant Commander Solaris recorded in command of USS Andromeda.
Yeah, a feeling of pride comes across the Vulcan, although she may not show it. And she says, Captain's log, stardate 000.01. Lieutenant Commander Solaris recorded in command of USS Andromeda. This point marks the start of my first command as captain of a starship. I shall endeavor to perform my duties to the Federation to the best of my abilities, and I expect exactly as much effort from the rest of my crew. End log.
Did a 2-for-1 this week, as that is a preview from about a month ago, and we pick up with the captain's log as y'all enter the Vendar system.
Captain's log stardate 0180.3. We have reached our third patrol area in the Vendar system. Little of note worth reporting has occurred. The crew are slowly settling into a steady routine. We are starting our patrol survey now. Once finished, we are heading for Vendar 3. The governor of the colony there has asked if we could stop by and look into the problems they are having with local wildlife. This constitutes our first mission as a ship. Animal population management is well within the competencies of our crew. I expect no complications. End log.
And are the directives posted for others to see?
Yes, in this case, all of these directives are things that she would make the crew aware of.
Then I will pin them. So, come to the bridge of the USS Andromeda. As the ship has just come out of warp, and the captain has entered the situation into the log. Being that you have been at warp and you should be coming out soon, or you should have been coming out soon, would we find Lieutenant Iverney already on the bridge, or is she the kind of person to wait until the last minute or even wait to be called to the bridge?
See, I can't be mad about this, but Inverni's a guy. However, one of the directions I gave the artist when I got this image in the first place was make them androgynous as fuck, so that's funny.
Okay, well, mission accomplished.
It has worked on everyone that's seen it so far.
So, where is Lieutenant Inverney?
Probably going to show up about a minute after we entered the system. Like, they've been
Okay.
doing something that's probably of importance. I don't know. They're a scientist.
There's dedicated.
Yeah.
The ship doesn't have dedicated labs. It has a dedicated lab with multiple stations in it.
They've been doing something useful.
What about Chief Operations Specialist Griffin?
She will be right there on the console as we get out of warp.
Being that your department head is not on the bridge, are you sitting at science or operations?
I'm sitting at helm control because I'm taking the ship out of warp and flying.
Oh, okay,
I-
yeah. And
Just an FYI, I cannot control my token. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
oh
Neither can I.
no, y'all can put them down, and y'all can put tokens down in the place of the ones that I
Yeah.
put.
Okay.
Nope. Haha.
Y'all are the only two on duty from operations at the moment. Dr. Tweer, are you where are you? Being that you don't have a standing position on the bridge, but are always welcome as well. I guess you're welcome as per the captain's wishes.
I think the question is how long have we all been on this ship together?
About a month.
Okay. No, I think Dr. Tweer would be where is our like medical
Right here.
okay. Oh, that token is too big, I think.
takes wingspan into account.
Yeah. And
And both the entire medical department, you and your enlisted corpsmen, are both always on duty during Alpha shift.
Because who knows when a medical thing's.
Well, there's not enough people to cover all the shifts anyway. So,
I'm trying to drop his thing in, but it is not appearing.
We're seeing.
oh
them.
wait, it is. It's just that I deleted it because I didn't know that y'all needed control of him.
I can control both of them.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's a bit odd that when you drag it, you don't have control, but oh well.
And
Yeah, I mean, mainly I'm just going over. If we've been at this for a month, it's actually probably about time for the monthly checkups. And Tweer is giving Corpsman Conway the rundown of how we're gonna go about it. Again, fortunately, we're on such a small ship that it shouldn't be hard to track down everybody. And not only that, if it makes it much more difficult to avoid having to do the monthly checkups because it's a small ship and
Still have to catch me before you can get me in there.
where are you going to run? There are 3 decks.
Don't make me chase people for medical things. I'll do it, but don't.
I will just program the computer
then
to
I'm
say
not
that
handling
like,
this
the entirety
problem
of
as an admin
operations has,
again.
the entirety of operations already had your checkup. What do you want about? The computer says so.
Twitter just kind of ruffles and says, "Look, these corridors are rather small. I really can't go flying after them."
Conway says that most of the crew sleep in 2 or 3 rooms. It's not hard to corner everybody.
And he nods. Well, hopefully we should be able to have these checkups done within the next couple of days. I'm not too concerned, but it's important to get into a rhythm with these sorts of things.
The corpsman says, "Well, maybe. But aren't you going to be busy when we get to the colony?"
Sure, I will. And he stands up and he claps Conway on the shoulder, which is why I'm leaving the task in your more than capable hands.
He says, "It's no problem. Besides, I get along with Chief Artana anyways, so I'll be able to get some help if I need to chase anyone down."
Very good. I'm going to check in with the bridge.
And what about Chief Artana? Are they regularly on the bridge?
Currently I'm on patrol. In looking at checking like the doors are locked or they're not locked, that sort of thing. I probably would have one of my security division keeping my chair warm for now, if the captain absolutely needs security on a moment's notice. But eventually I'll do a patrol of the entire ship and then come back to check in with the bridge.
In fact, you only have 3 department members who are never on shift with you because, like you
Oh, I can control both.
patrol the decks, someone else needs to do that in Gamma and Beta shift. So it's probably only like once a week that you actually get to catch up with them for more than a passing moment.
Yeah. So in that case, especially since I'm always like keeping an ear out for the bridge to be summoned, like or just if it goes to yellow, I start running like heck back to the bridge. Generally, I'm patrolling around, make sure everything's where it's supposed to be, make sure everything's working the way it's supposed to be, like manually looking around. Thankfully, the ship's small, so it doesn't take that long to do.
But yeah, you can put your token down.
Yeah, hence why I'm fine leaving it in the hands of Conway, because with such a small crew, like on a bigger ship, one person like Conway would be tracking down twice as many people.
Then we go to the bridge where a couple minutes after coming out of warp and finishing your log, Commander, the senior officers of the ship start funneling in. And even one not so senior non-commissioned officer.
Excellent, you're all here. We are about to exit warp and enter the system. I know that for many of you, managing wildlife population is not particularly exciting, but if the governor is having such a problem, he had to call us, then it must be a big issue and we will solve it for him.
How close do you want me dropping in, Captain?
Other system. We have orders to patrol the system, conduct a patrol of the system before we go in close for the plan.
Do we have data on the local wildlife?
Soloris just kind of looks at you and looks back at the screen and says, I don't know anything more than what you've already been told. I assume we will find out more when we get there.
Understood.
Perhaps I may make a suggestion if the officers would allow. Yes. I kind of turn in my chair a little bit.
What is it?
Captain, it may be we may have something in the computer banks that are on the topic. Sometimes people who go out this far like to take records of things. May not be a Starfleet ship, but we got lucky and some civilian decided to take notes for the Federation database.
Sure. I will walk over to one of the consoles and try to see if I can find any civilian science data we might have on this planet.
You would be standing over the shoulder of the EXO to do that. As
Yeah.
what the science console is for.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. She will simply say, science. See if you can find any data in the computer banks.
Of course, Captain. As I imagine, she almost stepped off. You'll start tapping away.
It's probably one of those, I don't have to do that anymore. I'm the captain now.
Well, still getting used to this.
This would be reason science difficulty 1 because the difficulty 2, but the being at science brings it down to 1.
Gotcha. Potentially a rapid analysis focus.
Yes.
Again.
Absolutely flying piano fingers across the keyboard. Let's go.
It's chiclet keyboards too, with like little analog knobs and stuff.
They're very click clacky.
Oh yeah, that's exciting. We have a little Spock visor for you to look into.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aha!
Yeah.
An amazing start.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
And the ship can't help you there.
What is
Immaculate.
this? No.
I'm not sure this person should be XO anymore. No.
How's the caller?
The
I don't
console
think I
just
should be on the bridge
explodes. It's like,
anymore.
oh.
Oh, that's
Now.
this is a good start.
As a hilarious thing, I have a talent for this. It's called Learn from Failure.
Oh yes. Oh, it's good. Yeah.
And what does it do?
Oh, 1 second. When I fail as a science task, I may add 3 to threat and create a trait which represents knowledge or insight gained from the failure. The cost would be reduced by 1 for each success I got on the failed task, which is by none.
Rip.
Read that to me one more time.
When you fail at a science task, you may add 3 to threat to create a trait which represents knowledge or insight gained from the failure. The cost of this is reduced by 1 for each success you scored on the failed task.
Okay, so you just give 3 threat because you didn't get any successes.
Yes.
3 threat, create a trait that does nothing.
Well, no,
mean, the trait
it'll
does
do
something.
something.
Yes. It's just a trait that we're looking for civilian ship routes.
Any
No, you were
science records we might have on the plane.
Oh, science records. Sorry, yes, science
Yeah.
record from civilian ships. I
Yeah. Maybe like
somehow
we,
like sidestepped that one, but yes.
yeah, like maybe we don't have them, but at least we know who would.
Well, we're about to find out. Either that or the
Yes,
console
an
blows up.
appropriate trait.
God.
Oh yes.
Or perhaps those civilians have come out here in a long while, so these records aren't useful. Which also means that if everyone says something, it's like, well, no, we know you haven't been out here because records say no one's been out here. Well, then again, that means no one recorded it. You could be out here and just not say anything.
There is a governor of this colony, so I assume
Yeah.
some group of people is here somewhat regularly.
It is a wrench in the works, isn't it? Knowledge or insight gained from the failure. And it's to do with going through records.
Perhaps it's because people falsify records a lot for whatever reason, and that gives you like you don't know anything now, but maybe it's like, well, that'll help me look through it later. Someone gives me stuff like, no, we've seen this trick already. I spent too much time looking through something. I don't know.
Yeah, there was like that one, that one American kid that fucked up the entirety of Scottish Twitter. Oh, not Twitter, Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Essentially, we've got that. So the information's here. It's just, is occluded the right word?
Included?
No. Yes.
Yeah. No,
Occluded
right.
information.
Yeah.
Would that be acceptable to you, GM? So if we had to look into anything else, technically we have a baseline to go through. He just has to sort through it later, and he can't do that right now.
Yes. So you do end up finding the records, but you find the raw sensor recordings, which aren't much use to answer immediate questions.
So I essentially just, I have the raw data, Captain, but that's going to take me a little bit of time to actually sort through.
Understood. Take as much time as you need to analyze the data. We'll drop out of system. We'll drop out of warp. Complete our patrol of the system, and hopefully, by the time that we are complete there, you will have any answers we may need.
And I'll add that to my sheet with the under traits with the bracket of mission on it, because I imagine that just disappears at some point. But it's a trait for now.
It's a would call it a trait on the scene.
Okay, I'll just say scene then. That
All right, Captain, we're coming up on the edge of the system now.
Excellent. Drop out of warp.
And I'm going to try and show off a little bit with this dropping out of warp, try and make it very smooth. Because so far in this month, I haven't gotten much of a chance to show off piloting, but you know.
Give me your control con plus the ship's engines con difficulty 0.
Focus in helm operations.
Yep.
First die is a 6. So
Okay. Yeah. And I realize I forgot to set the momentum and thread up before the game, so we're gonna kludge it for now, and I'll do it next week.
Mm. I just imagined you on your side with like a bunch of little colored beads. You're just gonna count them on your side.
Oh, that wouldn't be helpful to y'all.
this is
Helpful to
secret
you.
information now.
That's the way we played STA in the second game when the server started. This threat was
Odd.
always obscured.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it doesn't really work because the players could know what threat is at any time. They just have to do the math to calculate it, which means it's not
Yeah.
really obscure. It's just we have to keep track of it
Sure,
twice.
sure. You do that for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, like it would be
And you
difficult.
don't actually know when the GM spins threat necessarily, because they may spin for
That's-
reinforcements, but those reinforcements don't show up for 10 minutes.
That's true.
Anyways, so there is a humming sound as the ship slowly and gently breaks from subspace back into real space, and the helm answers all stop.
Well, she was rolling to see how smooth the descent was. Did that feel like a particularly smooth descent?
It was textbook.
Yeah. I will stand up and look at the helmsman and say, "Commendable job.
ma'am.
You are showing yourself to be a qualified helmsman for your position. All right. Security. Actually, no. Science. Can you scan for any other targets in the system?
yes, Captain. This will go better.
Sure, well,
Sensor operations.
Let me double check something. All right. So this will be a reason science assisted by the ship's sensor science. With you at the science console, the difficulty is 0. And you are scanning this zone, and I'll allow you to spend for additional zones.
Okay. And I'm guessing they need to be connected to the initial zone, or can they just be?
No.
Okay.
Because this represents you like manually choosing different areas to scan.
Gotcha. Okay. So I should probably succeed at something here.
Well, you don't have to succeed to even scan this zone, but yeah, succeeding would help.
Yes, it would in fact be useful.
I assume this one's the habited planet. Actually, we know it's Vendar 3, so it's probably this one then.
2, 3. That'd be prime, secondary, tertiary.
Yeah, so if you could, this one, this one, this one, this one, so that we know of anything in orbit of any of the planets.
Yeah, I will certainly endeavor to achieve that many successes.
great. You have 2 momentum you can spend.
We do have 2 momentum.
And
Yeah.
So I might
and
yes.
can I assist in the form of, because I'm directing him, giving him an order here?
Actually, I think assist is something that commanders can just do. Like, that's one of your command station's abilities, assisting other. Oh, navigators can do it. I know I can't. I was checking my tactical stuff. Tactical can't assist everyone else. Anyone else?
Yes, you can assist.
All right.
All right, I assist by shooting things.
But this would your assist would also be control science, because unlike combat, I don't think the EXO needs moral support to succeed here.
No, I can't deliver good speech. Okay. Well, luckily for you, my control science is a 14. So yeah, if you send the captain some of the data, she will parse some of it.
Charming. So we'll do. Yeah, we'll get 2 momentum and a threat. Yeah, let's go with that. That's there. And yeah, sensor operations, shockingly. I swear, he's supposed to be a competent guy.
Hey, look, looking stuff up in the library is difficult, all right?
Oh my lord, what the fuck?
This is karma.
This is karma. This is going to be the character that never rolls well. Complication, every roll. No.
Oh, that's a good thing. I forgot what you wanted to do with that complication from earlier. I'll just take it at this point because it's.
Oh,
more than-
yeah. You know, I feel like I'm going to use a determination here.
Really?
Yes. You
Okay.
shush. Just because I
The
feel
ship
like
didn't
it.
help.
The ship has 2 dice, so it does still help.
The ship does not have 2 dice.
Yes, it does, actually. I believe that is how Advanced Sensor Suites works. May roll 2d20 for assistance. Go away.
Oh.
It
hold on.
helped.
Is roll 20 not is the clock on roll 20 right this once?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, hey.
Amazing.
So,
Yeah,
the value
the-
of act
Oh,
with
and hey,
confidence.
if y'all really wanted to go crazy, you could have taken your reserve power and shunted it into the sensors just for this.
Yes. Mm. Okay, so we immediately were unable to acquire what we needed to at the start, and then we're starting to flunk this. So I feel like act with confidence, even if you don't feel confident.
Yeah, you are having a lot of trouble, and the captain is directly standing over your shoulder. So you just, straighten up and try to
Lovely.
project an air of confidence.
So, faith of the heart, everyone immediately gets a momentum. And then spirit of discovery. Oh no, never mind. That is a different thing. Ignore that. But we all gain 1 momentum anyway just from me spending.
wait.
Um,
To
Is,
humans.
is
And then I get to
momentum
reroll
localized in
3.
2E?
Hmm?
Is momentum per player in 2E is no
No.
longer a group pool?
Well,
Oh,
it
okay.
is a group pool. It
Yeah.
just we
You
all
get
have
one
the
per
group pool.
player. Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, we get 1 in the group pool,
Could you
but we all
imagine?
have it.
Oh, everyone. I'm sorry. You said everyone gets one. I thought you meant. Sorry. Okay.
Yes, that
Hey,
might
2E
be my
changes
bad,
stuff.
but technically we all do get 1. It's just the same one.
Yeah, it was a confusing
A
grammatical
smidge
error.
if you said everyone gets one ice cream, I would assume everyone gets their own ice cream, not we all share the cone.
No. Anyway,
Mm.
that is now 4 successes instead of 1 and or 2 and a complication. So I call this a grand success. Actually, it's more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, Captain.
Welcome. Yeah, I picture what happens is that like you were struggling, and then like the idea of the fact that the captain was like directly looking over your shoulder, checking your work to help you, like drove you into overdrive to correct course.
Oh no, he just started faking it till he made it.
Peter did most of the work, really.
Nice, there you go.
So
Oh dear.
there is nothing of particular interest in this zone
Well, there's a starship.
other than you.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
So okay.
I believe that was what we were asked, or I was asked for. In fact, yes, because the captain specifically pointed out the 4 areas. I know that's what I was asked for.
I'm gonna glance. I'm guessing 2 class J. That's wild guessing just by coloration.
Don't
for all
worry,
I know,
so am
for all I know, that's a perfectly.
I feel like that is how he actually. That's the determination. Is I might have scuffed this a little bit, so I'm going to narrow it down by eyeballing it, and then off
So
of the eyeballing, adjusting the sensors, and it's like,
Yeah.
aha.
So these 4 are what you're scanning.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 4 momentum spent.
Yes.
Logging all that momentum. Typical.
Listen, sensors changed, and they're like this now. Get over it.
So I put you on this map because you have the star chart. What you get for each of those momentum confirms that those planets are where you expect them to be. That this map is in fact accurate, except for this up here, you get something a little extra. To actually get scans about the type of planet and stuff like that, you would either obtain information or you would scan that directly. But it's like that, and that'll be the way it is for like starships or anything, right? It's just scanning it, I'll tell you either
Okay.
if something's there you don't know about or what is there, and then if you want to know details about whatever that thing is, planet, ship, whatever, then you can spend
Okay.
to get
So
additional
scanning's now a
tokens.
lot more multi-part process.
Well, the book only really handles scanning in combat. I don't think it handles scanning as just a general thing.
Lovely.
As like a mechanical task. So
Fair enough.
um
Um,
One second. That would be yeah,
oh,
the ship's cook bringing pizza to the bridge of the ship. Give me a second.
We had a cook? Dang. I don't think we have a kitchen.
um also he could have taken the minor action and calibrate sensors, which would have allowed them to ignore a single trait or reroll a d20, just like as a minor action.
Oh,
Yeah,
dang.
well,
Very nice.
we're listening and we're learning.
Yeah, I remember reading that impulse is a minor action now, which is cool for some of the things I can do.
mm-hmm.
GM,
Mm-hmm.
can I roll Insight Command to interpret their orders? Because I'm just thinking, how extensive do I think Starfleet would want me to be if they asked me to patrol this system? I don't know if we should spend hours on this days or simply just go right to the planet now that we've confirmed there don't appear to be any hostiles here.
Have you done that though?
Okay, so we only know that. Okay.
No, there is additional information.
Mhm.
Whether or not it's that type of information, I'll I'll spare you. But I guess I'm kind of waiting for the science officer to get back real quick.
Because my thought is, if I think what they might do is have us just do a full orbit of the system, scanning things around the system, looking for any activity in here. But I want us to get bogged down in 100 rolls.
Horrifically sorry about that. I am back.
Okay. You get an unusual reading from this zone. There is some object that temporarily occludes the gas giant that should be there. And it does not match size or shape of any of the known moons or moonlets that gas giant has.
Oh.
To scan that zone specifically, you have to be within at least long range, or you have to shoot a probe over there.
Hmm.
And even probes need to be at least long. We can only be so far away.
Yeah,
from-
but you determine the zone from where the probe goes. So you could send the probe anywhere. It'll go there itself, and then you can do the sensor task as if you were over here.
Yeah, puts the ship at less risk.
Now, that trait that I made earlier, the occluded information. If I was to, take the more specific data here and compare it to that, would that potentially do
No,
anything?
because that
or
was
no?
specifically about wildlife on Vindar 3.
Oh, it was about wildlife. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Well, yes, then he will. The fourth planet in the system has an odd occlusion between the open space and the planet's gas body. I suggest we either get closer or launch a probe, Captain.
Operations, send a communique to Vendor 3, letting the governor know that we have arrived, and that we will be with him in some time after we complete our patrol. Science, launch that probe.
So who's
Great.
going to step over to the comms console?
Sorry.
I just get up and go over. I'm the junior. I'm the person not doing anything at the moment.
Yes, and now
The
I take your
captain-
security console to fire the torpedo with the probe like I was told.
Yeah, the
No, I don't-
captain, upon seeing you take initiative, the captain does give you a nod of like encouragement.
100% not doing that, by the way. Not
Launch
firing.
probe is a sensor thing, by the way. Not a
Oh, is
tactical
it
thing.
actually now?
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
I think that there's some double wording on things that both tactical and science can do related to sensors and probes described in the, not in the tasks, but in the description of the consoles themselves.
Mm.
But definitely the actual task is listed under sensors.
Okay.
I mean, that makes sense because both Worf and Spock do similar things like firing probes or scanning for targets.
Yeah,
I was thinking previously it has been regarded as a torpedo task, which makes it security.
I'm shooting the probe. Now what are you doing with it? Nothing. I just shot it. It's up to science now. So yeah, I'll walk over and grab the little earpiece and fit it in, and start pulling up the hailing frequency for that for the planet.
This will be control. I think it's control engineering.
Okay.
Double check. Yeah, control engineering, assisted by comms engineering, with the help from the console. This is only diff 1.
Okay. Oop. Oop.
And is this a request for direct communication, or is this you firing off an update?
I
That
just
was-
fire. I just fire off an update. I'll stay by the console in case they fire something back.
Mhm.
I do have a comp, by the way, because our comp range is increased because we're an experimental. The
That is true.
18 does trigger. Ugh. But I'll also note, because I succeeded at the task, because I'm self-reliant, and I didn't spend any momentum or threats to get extra dice, I generate bonus momentum equal to the task's difficulty. So I
Which was
generate-
2.
Yep, so I get.
So, unless you have something specific to spend that bonus momentum on, then quashing that threat seems to make sense to me.
Can I quash it? The things still?
I would. Yeah, I would. We should probably double check that.
Because some 2d20s don't let you do. I was like, I don't know if I can. I agree though. That's a perfect use for it.
We don't know if we can anymore. The rules will change.
God, oh man.
So strange.
We completed our Starfleet training, and then they changed how the guides were.
Welcome to the real world, Sonny. Okay, Jesus. Great opportunity. Great trade. Keep initiative.
From what I can find on page 258, no, it can either
I'd have to give you 2 threat to make it.
yeah, and that seems to be also a game master approval because it says this is if you don't want to suffer it or if the game master doesn't want to impose it. So I guess you can buy it off with threat, but even if you decide not to buy it off with threat, I can still decide that you're going to buy it off with threat.
Well, that's always been the case, because in 1E, if the GM didn't have any good ideas for what to spend a comp on, they could just take threat. So
yeah,
that
the
would
thing
be
that
my
the
changed-
momentum is not the option here.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, well, that was my point, is that I would read that as it's up to you whether or not it's a comp or threat, because you're the GM here.
Yeah. So, with that, you have 2 bonus momentum.
Well, before you use those, do you want to give the threat or do you want to take the complication?
I'll take the complication. I'm on to take that on the chin a little bit. I succeeded, so I'm not sweating it too bad.
No signs of communications connected equipment on the planet you sent the signal to.
So I called, but no one picked up, essentially.
You called, and the computer is confident that there is no one to pick up.
I will spend 1 momentum to obtain information. 1 of my bonus. Do I see if are there any other frequencies or channels on the planet? Like I called a certain number because it's like that's who I'm supposed to call. But is there anyone else?
No
frequency.
non-natural frequencies.
Okay. And is there any anything in orbit that's giving up a signal? Like a transponder ping.
There is a weather satellite.
Captain, status report I have for you is that I did attempt to call the planet. However, no one is picking up, and I'm sensing no unnatural subspace transceivers. The weather satellite in orbit is still pinging, but I'm getting no response. There's no one at the controls on the other side.
Understood. Helm, begin to move us closer towards Vendar 3.
And what was the other task I think you asked science to do something else?
Yes, I gave two orders. One to send a message, the other one to send a probe over here to scan the shadow over the planet that we discovered.
All right, for that science task. We pointed this out. I pointed this out while I think you had stepped away, Inverni. Calibrate sensors is a minor action that allows you to get a reroll, or ignore a trait. And that's just a minor action.
Okay, so we'll do that.
Okay, and then you're going to launch a probe, another minor action, but since it's not combat, you can take it as a major action. And you're putting the probe in this area?
Yeah, we have no reason to believe that, or I currently have no reason to believe that's a bad idea. Until I'm proved wrong. Which in itself is science.
Well, that's why you're shooting the probe instead of us going over there, really.
Exactly.
If the probe blows up, well, that's a sign.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly it. If we send a probe that way and it is destroyed, that is very valuable data that there is a problem over there.
And if I write it down, it is definitely science.
Yeah. Don't worry, the ship's computer's recording. Cough.
We consider this to be an experiment.
All right. Give me reason science assisted by sensor science. And I think the diff is 3, but hold on a second because it might actually be 4.
Oh.
Also, I think I generated 2 real momentum, yeah? Because the diff got brought down to 1. And
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. That slipped my mind. I was like, oh, wait, right.
So it's a difficulty 3 or 4. And that experimental thing means my complication range also, or the prototype thing means the character's
Everything the
complication
ship
range is also
does.
increased? Or just the ship?
No,
it's the ship's die.
Just the ship, okay. Well, I was making sure because there's the, from the previous edition where if there is a complication range increase like that, it's like, everyone that does the roll.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure that I wasn't, accidentally
This is control
scamming
science
you out
again,
of
right?
complications. Reason?
Reason science. Well, my reason science is still a 14, so if you would like assistance with these calculations, I'm here.
So if the difficulty's
Lovely.
that high, you might want to consider using the advanced sensor suite reserve power. I mean, if
Yes,
it's that high, it's probably it's either something super small or something super dangerous.
I'm just waiting on the confirmation of if it is a 3 or a 4. And while I do that, I should actually read the the ability again. This is the familiarization period of a new vessel. This is what this is. Just pass around to the senses. One of these dice is set to 1. Oh,
Yeah.
that is just good, actually.
Straight up good. Does mean at some point we have to go around and get that reserve power back, but hearing problems.
But yeah, the one reserve power that we have. Oh, it is entertaining being a small vessel.
Hmm. Not the size that counts, is what you do with it.
So it is a concerning. What calculation are you running to determine if this is a diff 3 or 4?
There's something specific I'm looking for
Oh,
that I read in the book. I just can't remember where I saw it,
okay.
and I don't remember how much it changes the difficulty by.
Okay. Concerning.
But I'm very close to
Oh,
just deciding and finding it later.
yeah. I can't believe that this is the character that I make that's going to be the complication machine.
Yep.
Well,
New edition, new character, new campaign.
It wouldn't be for a
What's
one shot.
happening
It'd be
now?
for an entire new campaign, and it's just this character.
And I'd like to point out that experimental ship plus advanced science or advanced sensor suite is kind of like more of a draw even, because it means that yes, you're rolling extra dice on sensors, but that means there's a much higher chance of complications.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's probably why we're.
Definitely seems good to buy down the experimental vessel stuff when we
Yeah.
can.
Yes. I mean, I'm pretty convinced on actually using the reserve power if
Mhm.
Captain Permit sees the request on her console and just taps approved.
Yes, because
I think it's 4.
Okay. So if we're going off of 4, we'll use the reserve power to get a 1 on one of the ship's 2 assist die.
No.
And we'll use a momentum to get a 3rd die for myself.
Darn, we had 23 momentum first.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, so that's rolling 4 dice with already 2 successes. So that's 4 dice to get 2 successes. I should be able to do that, right, guys? Okay, good.
There you go.
There we go. That's the roll we're used to.
That's more like it.
I thought I was cursing myself. I'm not going to lie. And then the ship is rolling just 1 actually, because it is the reserve
Challenger's
power is
already
being
rolling 1.
used.
Yeah.
Yep. 'Cause yep. So that is 6, 7, 7. Yeah, 7.
Yep, 7. You get 3 momentum.
Yippee.
The space kraken eat all of us.
Oh, good.
There is a your sensor scans reveal a small craft, smaller than your ship, but not by much, of unknown design that seems to have no power.
That's probably the. Oh, that is unexpected. That would seem to be a small craft, Captain. One without any power.
You're sure the probe's results are correct?
As accurate as I can believe them to be, yes, Captain.
All right, then Helm, come about in full impulse power towards the derelict ship.
Captain, may I interject?
Yes.
Request permission to raise shields. One particular trick on the frontier to evade Starfleet is to power down systems as much as possible to not be noticed. This may be someone doing the same. We may be walking into a trap.
And I would like a moment to see if I can't identify this hull against records that we may have in the computer system.
Yes,
can-
you are correct. Let's bring us to yellow alert, and hopefully by dragging us closer, that we will make that sensor more easier.
And would that would be a information spend to try and ascertain origin of this vessel. Correct.
I'll give you the momentum back. It does not match any known design.
Oh. Well, that is information regardless of this vessel does not conform to any known designs.
I'll take us in carefully, Captain. Permission to engage evasive on my own discretion if that thing does light back up.
If you think that to be prudent, keep us at least one zone away for now.
Additional question spend of are there life signs aboard the vessel?
Yes.
Hmm.
And I will give you a number. You spent 2 momentum so far.
Well, you handed one back.
That is correct.
So I spent 1.
All right. 6 life signs.
There are 6 life
Unidentified.
signs.
These life signs do not match known records.
There are 6 unidentified life signs aboard, Captain.
Understood. We are still approaching with caution. I do not believe it prudent at this time to risk the ship before we know
Oh, of
more
course.
information.
I will continue monitoring through the probe from here. Well, as we close the distance, naturally.
Yeah, Jam, I order the ship to pull in closer.
Yeah, I'm double checking
Oh, okay.
how impulse works.
I know it's impulse is a minor, so it can't have a difficulty.
Under helm, impulse. 2 zones, anywhere within long range. So helm starts moving you towards the planet, and the ship is going to turn on all of its systems.
I would like to take the evasive action, major action, since I've taken a minor, but not a major.
You can't. We're still not quite in combat yet. I am
Okay.
going to keep it as a you them thing, but it's not quite combat. So, but yes, you can do that. So as you start evasive action, they dive into the atmosphere of the gas giant.
And I
This is
imagine Inverness says something like, "Oh, there's a power signature," and then
And then the ship briefly inverts and goes back.
yeah, you see the power. You from the probes sensors, you see power spike, and tactical sees a shield alert. Daring Khan assisted by Structure Khan.
This is what
Uh,
I'm made for. Focus in combat maneuvers.
Yes.
Wow. This is what I'm made for, but with coin flip. What's that? And then the ship. You said structure, Tom?
Yep, structure con. And that is a.
That is another
You
comp.
have 2 complications.
Yeah, 2 comp.
It's not just me.
Would you like to suffer those or give me threat?
Oh, what?
Good first mission, guys.
Hey, I did my bit.
Yeah.
I say suffer him. I want to see what happens.
Well, that's Captain's rights. I'll suffer those comps then.
The inertial dampeners. During the operation to engage the evasive maneuvers, the specialist did not set the gain on the inertial dampeners high enough, and so everybody got jostled around a little bit. And during that jostling, Lieutenant Inverney, you lost track of the ship in the upper atmosphere of the gas giant. And I'm going to create the other complication is going to make a trait. There is a large ion storm in the upper atmosphere of this gas giant at the moment.
Okay, after that jostling and everything settles down, she's going to say, Con, report what happened.
Sorry, Captain. Old spacer superstition. You're supposed to feel your maneuvers. I guess it carried over from the presets on my last posting.
Ensure it doesn't happen again.
I guess, man.
Tactical report, Captain. Ship showed it raised shields, but no weapons. They just dove away from us.
Understood. Have you moved back to the tactical station, or are you still sitting at the
I just realized
communication
that you can do it from any station. I probably just grabbed an earpiece, put it in my ear, and started doing communication stuff, and then took it
Okay.
back out again.
Then she's going to say, okay, communication or tactical, send broadband communication to that planet. Inform them that we mean them no harm. We simply want to know what happened to our colony on Vendar 3.
Captain's suggestion, if I may?
Yes?
It's entirely possible between the storm and that gas giant, they may not hear a thing we're saying. I can make the broadband anyway and hope we get lucky, but I don't know how the composition of the planet. But if you want me to tune in, I'll tune in.
Fire the message away anyways.
Hi, Captain. I put in the earpiece and try to broadcast a general we mean you no harm message.
Bring us 2 zones closer.
So the reason Oh, the Helm console does allow operation of communications. The reason you'd want to go to communications if you had the time, like you're not in a combat situation, is the diff goes down by 1 for being at the comms
Ah.
console.
Can we simply call an operations officer up to the? Now that we're on yellow alert, can we simply call?
You can to actually have them play a part in the scene. It's still crew support, but yes, with the yellow alert, everybody is now on duty.
Gives the doctor
Yeah.
something to do, I guess.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch. What did you say?
Well, he said it gives the doctor something to do, I guess. Grab support for.
Yeah.
Huh?
So we would want to grab operations personnel. Communications is going to be mostly engineering roles.
Right.
Okay, Doctor, it's up to you whether you want Junho or Suzuki.
I think you just got back. You may be muted, Dr. Tweer.
So I am.
We're asking you to play a communications officer.
Ah,
One of the 2 operations specialists.
beep, beep, I'm looking for it now. It's. What would that be under? Is that
Engineering.
security
Science
division?
and con.
Science and
Huh?
con, either of the 2 red shirts
okay.
there.
Someone decided to make Suzuki a captain. Gave him a yellow shirt.
Is it? It's Suzuki. Is that the one?
It's either them or
Kyung Jun Ho.
yeah.
I'll do Suzuki.
Yeah, you were asked to make a broadband "we mean you no harm" signal towards the planet.
Cool. What kind of role is that?
Control engineering. Normally difficulty 2. The upper atmospheric ion storm is going to make it difficulty 3, and being at comms console is going to bring that back down to 2.
I'll spend a momentum for a 3rd die.
And the ship assists with comms engineering.
Oops.
I
I
don't know
didn't
how you got
highlight.
false loss, but it is not a crit fail.
I think it's false because we both tried to change at the same time.
Yeah.
And if it was brought
Yeah.
back down to diff 2, then that's then that I get the momentum back.
You get back a series of transmissions. They don't match any known language or communications protocol.
Receiving a communication string does not match any currently known communications protocol.
Understood. Helm holds position. Science attempts to decode that. We appear to be dealing with a first contact situation.
Yes, Captain. Let's see.
I
what
would
this can
say
be
at
run
this
through.
point, Tweer would step forward and say, But what of the people on the colony?
We weren't able to detect any signs of the people on the colony. I believe our source of answers may lay here.
Feathers ruffle.
This is going to be reason, science, difficulty would be it is decoding a new language you've never encountered before, so would normally be difficulty 3. Scrambling by the upper atmospheric ion storm is going to make it difficulty 4 because you're missing important pieces of information from the transmission.
Lovely.
The bar.
My job is so easy.
Would it be possible to reconfigure the the multi-purpose console for translation efforts?
I think the communications console already.
Oh, it does that anyway. What am I
covers-
doing?
yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, the reason why I sent it to science, not communications, is because we don't have a dedicated comms officer, so the comms officer isn't going to be good at this.
Well, I mean, you just activated. Whether
Considered a leadership pilot, I think.
yeah, I mean, comms does fall under Iverni's responsibility. So
Okay.
the question is Iverni going to do this at science or walk over and do it at comms with the assistance of Suzuki?
Yeah, we'll do that with the assistance of Suzuki. He's not a linguist, but and he has, a person to help.
Yeah.
Yeah, Suzuki's like, here, let me show you. See, it doesn't match anything, and what do you think? And
Yeah, we'll run it through anything that's vaguely similar and go from there. Common roots, all of that.
This is your significant area of study, so your trait informatology is going to help here. It's going to counteract the upper ion atmosphere.
It's episode 3.
Yeah. It wouldn't necessarily help decoding a new language, but it does help figure out the errors in communications transmission.
Lovely. Very well. And
And then comms console brings it back down to 2.
okay, so we've got 2, and there's an assist being made on it. And it's a translation program. So probably not rapid analysis, even though we're trying to do it quickly.
No.
Not really computer science.
Yeah, I don't think you have a focus.
I could give you a momentum and I'd have a focus.
Good.
Did the reading.
Is that what you want to do?
Actually, yes.
I mean, with how our rolls are going,
All right.
I mean, having an applicable focus is very useful, and that I can give you a different one for a third die, so that would be 2 momentum for a focus on a third die, and then we have an assist from Suzuki, and we have an assist from the ship, potentially. That should be, hopefully, fingers crossed, enough.
That's enough to succeed.
That's enough to, the ship here, you helped, good job.
Right. And gain 1 momentum.
I'm not sure who the object is in Open and Insightful, whether it's giving the main task roller a reroll or the assister a reroll.
Sorry, what's the question?
Suzuki Ryzian, and I used Open and Insightful as the species ability, using the replacement role. And the key text here is whenever a Ryzian assists another character using Insight or Reason, they may reroll a single d20 in their.
Oh,
That's the assist.
cool.
So yeah, you can reroll your assist die there, but only on assists using Insight or Reason.
You also gain
Yeah.
a bonus momentum if you succeed at the task.
Yeah.
So you have a bonus momentum, and you succeeded.
Lovely.
Yeah. Even though Suzuki
Uh,
didn't actually assist, you do get a bonus momentum from him.
you decode the communication, and what you get back is worship, worship, worship. Please do not attack us. We are not hostile. And it repeats like that. Worship, worship, worship. Please do not attack us. We are not hostile.
Worship, like religious worship?
No, war.
Warship. Warship as a
Warship.
vessel of war.
Okay.
Sorry, it
I was
doesn't
like,
translate to Ryzian
Suzuki, you
very
went
well.
way off base there.
It's an accent coming through here.
As the bonus momentum question we have, so because we might as well use it. Is there any common root languages to this one?
This does match a few transmissions that Starfleet has recorded before. And it does match previous attempts at decoding. You've certainly, increased Starfleet's understanding of this language, but it doesn't have any known sibling languages.
Okay. Yeah, that's worth as far as I'm concerned, worth finding out, because I think this is the time period where it's like, we found this people, which they're actually just, for example's sake, one of the many Vulcan derivatives.
Yeah. No, these guys are Vulcans. Like,
So,
well, I mean, they are, but
But yes, he'll relay the communication to the bridge of, well, worship, worship, worship. They believe we're hostile, but we do have a means of communicating back with them, and he can fling that over to guy who has been doing communications, chief of the boat, not chief of the boat, the arms guy.
you be looking
Chief
at
of
Suzuki
Arms?
there. He's in the comms
Oh,
here with you.
it was flicked back.
I just stepped
sorry.
in for that brief second. Yeah.
Yes. Either way,
All right. Well, I'll.
we have the means.
Yes, inform them that we mean them no harm in their language, and that we seek only peaceful communication.
Understood. And Suzuki will do so.
What do you send to them?
We mean you no harm. What was the other bit?
We seek peaceful communication. Like we're trying to. I'm trying to start a dialogue with them.
All right. Give me presence command. You still unfamiliar with the language, even though you can do a base little bit of translation. So we're going to make it presence command diff 3, and you can be assisted by by Suzuki, and they can use their reason plus science or engineering.
I'll use science. I assume that the commander's the one making that roll, right?
Commander, Lieutenant.
Or sorry, lieutenant.
Captain.
I could potentially with your assistance.
Wait, who's
No,
making
no.
this roll?
The Commander Solors is the one who wanted to send
Yeah.
a transmission.
Oh, that commander.
Yeah, that's what I
I
meant.
thought you
I-
were
I
meaning
was-
XO commander. I was
I was
confused.
trying to do the TOS thing of ordering the communications officer to send a message.
Who is going to do it? But you're the one composing it, right?
Okay, so you want me to be the primary roller? Okay.
Yes, you're whether or not you get a positive response is in this case is based more on what you say to them
Okay.
than the operations officer's ability to transmit it.
Okay. So what am I rolling then?
Presence command, and right now it's a diff 3. The fact that the operations officer is able to use the comms console is balancing out the ion storm.
Okay.
So
Focus
it's diff 3.
focus in diplomacy.
Yes.
Presence command. Okay, so we have 3 momentum and 13 threat.
It's 15.
Yeah, I will spend 3 momentum. Yeah. Okay, re-rolling 1 with cautious. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 successes.
On difficulty 3, you get 3 momentum back.
Okay. Yeah, attention, unidentified vessel. I am the captain of the USS Andromeda, the ship in orbit at these coordinates relative to the sun. We wish you no harm. We wish to initiate peaceful dialogue.
Well, that sounded friendly enough, Captain.
All right. Let's see. All right, you get a transmission back that says it is a complex transmission, the gist of which is, hey, look at this. These are prime numbers. Hey, look at this. This is what a square is, and this is what a planet is. Do you understand these? Are you intelligent?
Yeah, like that one space probe we sent out.
But it kind of culminates in asking, do you understand warp travel? and how and what to what magnitude can you master it?
Yeah. I will say, do I know what the maximum warp is at this time?
I'm gonna actually ask you to give me insight command difficulty. You have to get one higher, so difficulty 6.
To understand what they're saying.
Yes.
Okay. I have a focus in cultural studies.
I don't think you have
Better
enough.
yet?
Yeah, I don't think you have enough
Better
to
yet,
use.
I have a focus in warp core mechanics.
No, it's that's not what's relevant here.
Okay. Focus in diplomacy then.
No, that's not what's relevant here.
The Vulcan trait, if this is some like, yeah, if this is some kind of psychic, I don't understand what I'm asking. What am I not
You
supposed to
mean
know? What?
logic-based stuff?
So the transmission is sending you a bunch of complex data
Mhm.
and asking you, are you intelligent enough to understand this?
Mhm.
The last part of it's what it seems to be trying to gauge the nature of your civilization and asking how to what magnitude you can do warp travel.
Okay.
And the purpose of this role, I'm telling you, is not tied up in Soloris's understanding of warp cores. It's
Okay.
not tied up in Soloris's understanding of diplomacy.
Okay.
And cultural studies would work if you had anything to work off of here, right? So far,
Mhm.
you know next to nothing about who you're talking to.
Okay. Understood. I'm going to spend my determination on the value. Yeah, and if anyone can assist, that'd be great. Can I spend my determination on the value? There is nothing that cannot be achieved through rational discussion, on the grounds that I can figure this out because I'm having a dialogue with these people. So there has to be something that I can pull apart here.
I think logic is the you have logic is the begging of wisdom, but I think you mean logic is the beginning of wisdom, not the end. I will take
of wisdom.
that one
Okay.
because a strict logical thought process of this is they want to know how intelligent your species is.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
it is possible that that is not correct.
Okay. So then we're gonna go Insight Command. And we will spend 5 momentum. We
If
do not.
possible.
Hold on. So this is a little bit different than 1E. When you spend determination, you set one of the dice you're going to roll aside as a 1. You're not buying a third dice that
Okay.
rolls a 1. You're saying, if you're not buying any extra dice, you're saying either my first or my second dice, I'm setting those aside. That is a automatic crit.
Okay.
You buy the other dice as normal.
Then I'm spending 5 momentum on a full knit. which I guess in this
And-
case is just 4 dice.
And you're set. So in this case, if we were rolling at a table, you're setting your first die aside and saying
Yes.
automatic 1.
And I was going to ask if, well, one, can anyone assist this?
Because I asked that too. Because there was an assumption I had of like, well, if we hear it being spoken aloud, we might be able to help out the captain. Go, hey, we think this. I think it might be this, or it might be that. We might catch something as a crew.
Yes, I'll allow assists from y'all.
And last thing before I roll, does my trait 100 years of knowledge come into this? That any random bits of knowledge I've picked up over my lifetime?
No, because you're out here because you haven't done this specific kind
Exactly.
of work before.
Okay.
So that's enough to succeed without any help from the assists. The assists are going to bring in momentum, though.
I was going to ask if mediation as a focus potentially.
No, that's
Okay.
not what's at issue here.
Oh, in the sense of the assist in terms of mediation of what the commander wants to put out there in terms of what they're asking, trying to find the balance between that so we're not giving away too much. Or more than what
No,
is
because
asked.
this is to understand what was asked.
Okay.
This is not formulating a response yet.
Okay. Fair
Can
enough.
I throw an assist out here with insight security? I'm concerned about the security implications of them asking what our warp level is.
I will allow it.
All right. I don't think that will focus here. Would you take survival under that? Nice.
No.
Cool. Then no focus.
All right, you gain 2 momentum, and you can either give me 2 threat or suffer a complication.
Why don't we just give you 2 threat?
All right.
We'll get up to 20 soon. Wait, 75?
Yeah, everybody on the bridge kind of huddles together and talks over what could this transmission mean. And I think it's actually Griffin who kind of points it out first. This transmission seems much more interested in learning your ship's warp capacity rather than your species' ability to do warp. The specific phrasing is uncertain, so you could read it as what is your civilization's warp capacity, right? But really, it's asking how fast can your ship go, but not trying to seem like that's what it's asking. You get the understanding that the person who asked this question wants to know how fast your ship is.
They're trying to figure out if they can outrun us.
Seems likely, or if they can catch us before we can outrun them, if they do turn on us.
Yes. Well, then we will not give them what they want immediately. Communications sent a standard first contact greeting with the normal packet of information we deliver for such purposes. And as a response to their query, do not give them a direct answer, merely inform them that we do possess fast warp travel.
Could we answer the rest of the series of questions, Captain?
About the basic scientific knowledge of our species, I see why not. I don't see why not.
Never thought I'd be taking Sapiens exams while traveling among the stars, but here we are.
Yes, well, from their perspective, I suppose there might not be any reason to indicate that we are as advanced or as a part of the Federation, or as part of a country as grand as the Federation from their perspective. They may see us as no more different than, well, bumbling buffoons, I suppose.
Or they think we're an automated boat. We could be a super big probe. We already saw one talk to them. So to speak. I mean, Captain. Here's hoping they actually poke out their heads and say hello instead of hiding in there. Hate to think that we gave them a reason to be scared. I mean, we gave each other a reason to be scared.
They want to conduct diplomacy at a distance, that's their right. I am concerned, however, that they may know something about what occurred on the colony and are hiding it.
I might suggest, Captain, that someone may be just out for lunch and just didn't pick up. This is a faraway colony. The discipline is not the highest thing on one's list. Lunch sometimes takes precedent for a liquor run. It's not supposed to happen, but it happened.
GM, from my understanding of what you said, it was not that the call was not picked up. It's that the sensors didn't find any.
There was no receiver on that planet, according
yeah.
to the sensors.
Yeah, it could also simply be broken. True.
Yeah.
No, I mean there are logical answers for it, and she would go investigate further, but she doesn't want us to give this ship the opportunity to escape.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm just.
Mhm.
I have a solution.
That's my thing.
Just
The
probe.
ship says it responds back.
Probes are always the solution.
It responds back. We understand that you are a warp category 7 civilization and that your vessel belongs to that category. This is acceptable for us to communicate with you. Perhaps we should both meet in orbit of this gas giant without security systems. We are not a warship and do not wish to be treated as a warship.
But
Um, send back to them that before any further diplomatic talks are to be held, that we have to complete our initial mission in the system, which is to check in with the colony on Rendar 3 and ask them if they know anything about if they've had any interactions at all with the colony on Rendar.
First, give me Insight Command difficulty 5.
Oh,
You
is
don't
everything
have
in line
to.
with
You don't
these
have
people?
to. You have the
No,
option.
no, I want to. Do any of my focuses apply here?
You'll have to ask specifically.
This is like another interpretation moment, I assume, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we would want a focus in like,
Oh, what about rhetoric?
yeah, I do have a focus in rhetoric. Does that apply here?
I would take that at this point.
Okay. Because this is now communication and it's inside command. Determination at current.
Man, this is like a Pakled level of like.
It's the opposite. I think everything they say is like obtuse with hidden meanings. Difficulty 5. We do have a focus, which is good.
Also, we're talking
Yeah,
through a
all right.
Google Translate, so there's a bit of machine translation problem going on, I imagine.
All right. Fulmit, 5 moments.
I'll always try to sit. I'm nosy.
I mean, you mean 6 momentum.
Isn't it 1, 2, 3? So that's
Yep.
yeah, 6 total.
You gain 2 momentum. Um, you're not sure why they would want to meet where they are.
Considering that Ion Storm is a nuisance and they could be literally anywhere else.
That and the query seems to focus more on mutual disarmament than any form of negotiation or first contact. Like they're more interested in no one having guns than how or where the meeting takes place or what the topic is.
Interesting.
Now you can ask them what you were going to ask them.
Yeah.
Or you can ask them something different.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All I was trying to get at was just stating that before any further diplomatic discussions are to be held, that we are going to complete our original mission here, which is to interface with the colony on the third planet of the system, and to query about whether or not they've spoken to or had any interactions with the colony on said planet.
So you want to send that?
Yep.
All right. Going to spend 3. On survival at any cost.
Uh-oh.
All right, they sent back last known transmission from Vindar 3. Extreme medical outbreak, outlook grim, no survival expected. Colony is in a degraded state.
Yeah, once they hear that, she'll say, all hands, or before she, once they get that, she'll say, all right, helm, full impulse to
Hold
whoever
on.
the. Okay.
You get another chance to add an insight here. So.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Insight command. Insight command. And you're gonna want a lot of help on this one because it's Insight command difficulty 8.
Jeez.
Because
Okay.
he rolled 6 and has a trait that makes it 7.
Okay. Okay. My insight command is a 14, and I do have a focus, and I believe we generated enough momentum off that roll. We generated it was difficulty 5.
You gained 2 off of that.
Okay.
You have 2 momentum.
Okay. 4 threat, 2 momentum for a full minute. That's 5. I have focus. Yeah, any assist
Insight security
greatly
would work.
appreciated.
I think they're just trying to get rid of us.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm getting real sketchy vibes off them now. This
Oh
is
no,
Oh,
I
yeah, me
don't-
too.
Yeah, I think we're all getting red alarms here.
Red alarm.
Red
I'm
alarm.
sorry. I had to get up really early for a dentist appointment today. I'm not firing on all cylinders. I meant red flags, but I was thinking about Star Trek, so it came out as red alarm. Red alarm,
And
whatever.
then it changed to red alarm. It's a lot of this. This is become a thing.
Right now you're 3 short.
Doctor, you want to either roll first the doctor or for surgical?
Sure. I'll roll for the doctor.
We can take a crack at this, but I do think this was a task where we were not likely to succeed in.
Yep.
I mean, it's basically an opposed roll, I think here.
5.
If I had the milestone, I would be spending the milestone here, but obviously,
Yeah.
Session 1.
Well, we're just 1 short, aren't we? So science might be able to chime in.
You also
want
have
me to?
cautious command and use.
Oh, you're right. Oh my god. I'm
I was
sorry.
gonna say, I've been 50% complications. Do you want my help?
I
Hey.
think we're good.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like we're about to break our discussion that we're having and be like, oh, science, we're out of ideas. And then we realize we're about to ask science for ideas and we're like, oh, actually no, I think we can figure this out on our own.
That's the motivator.
You're still too short, I think.
Are we?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Uh,
Well then, yeah, we need we would
need
need science to even break even.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting that extra 2 from Corbinian. We have 6 total.
4, 5, 6. No, the target's 8, isn't it?
the target is
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're short by 2.
Oh, okay. Earlier you said we were short by 1. Okay.
I thought.
Or someone said that.
Yeah. Yeah, we
I
need
can
science. We
try.
need science to crit.
I do not have anything to make it be a crit.
You can roll a 1, 5% chance.
You could roll 1, or you could did the reading, I guess.
Spend momentum to give me. Okay,
There's
so
We're
no
out
wait,
of
we're
momentum
looking.
at the moment.
Yeah, so we're looking at command. I have a
and-
4 in that anyway. Go away.
Oh, there you go.
I
No.
did make an XO.
Yeah.
And a 10 in insight, so it's not horrific.
Same score I have.
And we're My only argument is potentially for rapid analysis. In this specific case, this is still a translating language, right? So working quickly to make sure we've got the most accurate words to work with. Does that make sense?
Uh,
But we're not translating a message here. We're trying to understand their message.
And to understand
Involves
it, you need to have
translating
the
their
correct
message.
words
Okay.
being used. Don't argue
Yeah.
against me here. I'm trying to help you.
Totally fair. Sorry.
We're on the same side.
No, I know that. I'm sorry. I was just.
How dare you?
um, yes, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, watch me complicate anyway.
Yeah, after all that.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Oh.
that's a crit.
Is it?
That's a command 4, and that's a 4.
You just forgot to select.
Unga bunga.
Oh, that's weird. It even checked yes. That's weird. Thank you.
Yes, y'all have a discussion back and forth on the bridge about all the meanings. And finally, Iverne happens to pull up the Starfleet or the Federation Colony Assistant Standard Transmission Profile, and none of what they said matches the expected transmissions. To whom, to about the content. It is possible to have medical emergencies on a Starfleet colony, but this isn't how you would say that's what happened.
There's a
None of
format we
the-
use.
Yeah, none of the relevant information is here. Like you would fire fire a medical officer who transmitted this as a help us, because it doesn't help with anything. It doesn't tell you anything about what the problem is.
Yeah,
I don't even think they named the disease in question.
Yeah, Dr. Tweer probably like chimes in on that. It's like, well, even if they didn't know what the disease was, it could be an unknown spaceborne pathogen, but I would at least put in writing presented symptoms, a timeline at base. This doesn't have any of that.
Yes,
We've got a fairy tale transmission.
I believe we are all detecting a. I believe we were all detecting here a lack of trust with this group. They appear to be engaging in subterfuge, lies, and hidden meanings with every message they send.
Indeed. I may have been hatched at night, but I was not hatched last night.
Yes, while I am concerned that they will warp away when if we engage the colony, I believe our only option at this point is to go engage the colony. Because even on the remote chance that what they're saying is true, then we have to
Cap-
investigate further.
Captain, a suggestion, if I may.
Yes, Chief?
If I were a smuggler trying to get out from under a Starfleet vessel with very scary weapons, I might just lie and say, "Oh, look out, the house over there is on fire," and wait for you to go away while I scurry off with what I stole. They are within our space. They are lying to a lawful ship in its lawful space. I suggest that we scan them in more deep. They surrender to a scan and perhaps a boarding if scan's not enough. At this point, they have shown unfriendly and deceptive practice, which is grounds for suspicious activity.
Yes, and while I agree with you that what they have done is likely subterfuge, we do not have confirmation of that. And, well, the thing about informing the police of an emergency to make them leave is that they are duty obligated to investigate any claims.
I may point out that we have more probes.
Yes. Why don't you send a probe to the Vendar 3 and see what you can detect of life signs? See if we can detect any trace of the colony or of any remains of any diseased inhabitants.
Yes, Captain. I
I mean,
imagine
we
in this
probably
small
do
of a vessel,
hear-
it
yeah.
might actually, yeah.
We
Yeah,
might
it's- we-
actually see that.
It's only the launch tube is directly below us.
Yeah, exactly.
Above.
Every time
Oh,
we
above,
fire
sorry.
it, we hear just a chunk from below us.
Yeah, you got to hear the sealant of the sealant of the airlock, and then pew!
Every time.
Yeah, normally you think the sound effects were just added for the sake of the viewers, but here they're actually diegetic.
But yes, I believe there was a roll I had to make. I just forget exactly which one it was. No, wait, there wasn't a roll to launch the probe. It was just to do the scan itself, right?
Last time you only had to make one roll. I don't know if that was combining both.
I need from tactical. I need reason, security, plus ships, sensors, security, difficulty of normally 0, upper normally you don't even get a roll, but the upper atmospheric ionic storm is going to create 1, and then I'm going to spend 2 more. There is a burst of energy in the atmosphere's upper layer, and you're not sure what the cause is, but the cause is not what's piquing your interest. Like the higher energy bloom isn't what's piquing your interest. It's something that looks like it's pulling your attention away from something else that might be important.
Hmm.
So normally diff 0, but right now diff 2. Oh, actually, the range may have no penalty to using tactical sensors from the tactical console, but they're at long range, so the difficulty actually that's a good question.
Can I benefit from the probe?
No. You're not. Yeah, I was getting myself mixed up. You're not scanning them. This is information you should normally get for free, but the traits are making it a minimum of diff 2. So
Gotcha.
there shouldn't be any difficulty from range.
Shipboard tactical systems for focus. That's how I'm figuring this out.
No, I would use that more for like actually using the ship's weapons and stuff. This is tactical sensors, but it's sensors more than it is use of the weapons.
So okay. So for future focus, I should take shipboard tactical sensors. Correct? Systems count as weapons currently. I'm just making sure I don't have a hole later. That's all.
Yeah, my default interpretation of that focus is around specifically the ship's weapons and shields. The sensors I would count as no, I will let it apply here, but this is a very unique scenario because normally you shouldn't even get this task. So I'll say that that focus does cover the use of the tactical sensors, but you're not going to be able to use that in the future to scan planets using the tactical sensors, right, and get a focus. But because this specifically is a tactical thing, I'll allow it.
Could he use that focus in the future to scan enemy ships with tactical sensors?
It sounds like
it would have to be from the tactical station.
Okay.
As long as what you're doing is from the tactical station and the tactical station is allowed to do that, I think it should apply.
Okay.
Does this count as locating a hidden enemy or danger for the purposes of constantly? Diff 2, you say?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ship is helping. Yeah, I should be able to. Before I roll, let's make sure I works.
Create a trait, turn one of your die in your dice pool to an automatic 1, and there's a third one that's escape. Oh, take an action. Take an extra
That's
action.
what it is, yeah. The names are different, same difference.
They removed temporarily by a talent.
No, it's there.
Okay.
I just forgot to mention it. That looks like 2 successes. What did constantly watching give you?
It lets me reroll one of the dice. I could reroll that 0 to hunt, which I will. I'm not going to risk it myself. I don't want to create complications in a tactical scenario. And self-sufficient kicks in because I didn't buy any dice. It's 2 bonus momentum.
All right.
That's really neat.
It's a gamble though. If you buy nothing, you have to.
Right.
You have to buy nothing either way.
Yeah. Oh, here's a question. Does that count if Does that count if like another talent gives you a free die? Does that count as having bought a die?
The
for
trigger
purpose
is
of-
spending momentum or threat.
Okay.
As long as I don't do that, I'm okay. So assists and stuff like that. Actually, is it? Anyway.
The free bit of information is the ship has armed weapons, and you are now in a seconds matter scenario. So, if you say things to other people on the bridge, you have to be curt. Like you will soon you are soon to soon to be in combat rounds probably. So this is like something you notice on the sensors.
Weapons armed.
And you have 2 bonus momentum.
Yeah, the second you say weapons armed, she'll say red alert, ready phaser banks.
I am with my bonus momentum. I'm gonna do something with them. Just to know what. Weapons are a trait. Obtain information. Because I can tell they're powering up weapons. I'll ask just in case. Can I tell if they're aiming at us or if they're aiming at something else? I might just get it back, but I thought I'd try.
You will, because
Ooh.
they haven't selected a they don't you don't see any energy emissions that suggest tactical sensors are yet active.
Hmm.
Well, actually, I will. Sorry, I will take that momentum. That is the answer.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Not aiming at anyone in particular. Are on.
Their weapons are on, but they haven't run. You can't see any tactical sensor scans yet.
Yeah. All right. If that's your turn.
It's not. I
it
think
is-
he
Oh.
still has one.
I'm still thinking.
Sorry.
All right.
No, take your time, buddy.
Well, I only have one left. So another question I would care about is, can I tell type of weapon, like phaser, disruptor, polaron, mass driver?
I will.
Torpedo.
They may or may not have multiple systems, so I'll allow you to ask that in a
I'll be more specific and ask if they have torpedo or missile systems.
Okay, because what I was going to say is you could ask what type of energy or torpedo systems they have, and I would give you a detailed response, but I could only do that for one of those,
Right.
for one spin. So you want to know about their torpedo systems if they have any.
Yeah.
High yield, but small sized, smaller than standard sized tubes. Compatible to Federation standard attack fighter or shuttle torpedo systems.
Okay. In that case, I will prepare our weapon systems because I heard the call for red alert.
The true benefit of succeeding at the first roll is you can take a major action before a combat starts. You personally, because like I said, you have whatever's about to happen is about to happen, and you have like seconds to, as you see this happening, to decide to do something with what you've learned.
Yeah, I will prepare weapons and I will major action.
Are our shields up?
Yeah, they've been up this whole time.
But you would. You only went to yellow alert, so I would need some kind of resource to go to red alert. Unless you're saying what you're doing is
Well,
taking
don't you get a minor and a major? I'm just only getting a major.
I'm giving you a free major. This is not your round. This is not
I
your
get you.
action.
I get you.
Yeah.
In that case, then that the seconds matter thing would be to
I'd allow you to take one minor instead. Sorry, if that's what you want to do.
No.
Okay.
If it's between the two, I know the one I want to go for. I'm gonna modulate the shields. So to bring up the resistance of the ship by 2.
Okay.
Also, I don't know if this applies to my notes. Does my Frontier Justice fire? I wasn't sure how to use it because I saw that last night. So.
Oh, you get to decide if you want to. It's kind of like a culmination of your before this before our story started,
Mhm.
the arc your character was on. So you use that. It's a one-time thing. It doesn't get replaced by anything. You use it. It's gone forever.
Ooh, I'm not using it yet.
But I will say that I will allow it to be used here.
I have an alternative. I'll go to the modulate shield because especially since it's a one-use thing. So I'll save it. Dire problem.
Okay. It does not give. I don't think this is a task roll.
No, it just eats my major.
Yeah, because all it does is raise by 2. You don't get to do anything additional. It's not like pay more to get more.
I'm surprised there isn't even a roll attached to it. That's kind of weird.
It's probably for the best. Modulate shields used to be one of those weird things where for a short time you just became invincible
Mhm.
if you just wanted to give the GM a stupid amount of threat.
Yeah,
Which most players were willing to do.
because why
Alright.
not, right?
So yeah. So describe what Araton is doing in the view of the rest of the bridge as you're looking down one of the scopes and you see telltale signs of opening torpedo tubes.
Weapons armed, no target, modulating shields, and immediately just starts pressing at the various keys to start modulating the shield immediately to try to minimize the hit. I'm assuming they're shooting at us.
Yep, that does take us into combat. Which is that's the reason they didn't you didn't see any you now understand the reason you didn't see tactical sensors yet. Your success means you noticed the torpedo tubes opening. They hadn't had time yet to scan you.
They didn't plot a
They hadn't had time yet. They just opened the torpedo tubes and they're gonna plot a solution.
targeting solution.
They're doing that now. Yeah.
Oh, who's first off the block for the combat? 'Cause the reason I ask is constantly watching. If you want them to go first, it costs them 2 extra threat to
Okay,
go first.
I will spin that because they are. Unless one of you has no hesitation, they're going to go first.
Go
All
for
I
it.
can do is
Not yet.
my daring's. I wanted to take it. My daring's too low.
I'm planning on taking it as my first upgrade.
Okay, good.
What a
That's
surprise
12.
that the Vulcan, their daring is low.
Yeah, like I'm built for daring, so
I think my daring's as low as it's like starting amount. I think 7. Yeah, it literally is 7.
whereas mine is
What?
like my daring upon is 7.
Okay, they are buying 1 extra miner because they needed a miner to prepare the weapons. Which is what you saw, right? Normally you get that information for free, but you had the traits. And they're going to spend an extra 1 for targeting solution. And they're going to choose Inchens.
I wonder what they want to do.
Select a single weapon or to be. Okay, I choose you. If you attempt a torpedo attack, add 1 threat. I think that means I spend 1.
I believe if they don't have fast targeting, it increases the difficulty. Anyway, that's also
No, it's a
No.
It's only a minor action to choose a target, like a subsystem.
It's just that fast target makes your targeting solution even better because you get the
Yeah, it's one of the things that's changed completely from 20.
because
That's what I'm
with
talking
with
about.
fast targeting lets you do both at the same time instead of having to choose one or the other.
Yeah.
All right, control security plus weapon security, difficulty 3. Come on, little guys.
I mean, I did double our resistance with that modulate.
Yeah.
That's depressing.
If we can get to my turn without taking breaches, I can raise our resistance higher.
Nah.
No. Oh, through evasive.
Evasive plus, yeah.
Oh
All
god.
right. Spending. Because actually it goes to diff 4 because not everybody gets to have a shit ton of consoles. So they're
We're still on
going
the 360.
they're going to spend determination on hate for authority has consumed me. They're not
Oh,
just
God.
doing this
That's
because
energy.
they want to get away. They're doing it because they hate what you represent.
That's so edgy. I love it.
Can relate. Yeah.
And spend to get those. Oh, that is one thing. I do actually somewhat have hidden threat pools from y'all because characters, especially named characters, will often have personal threat pools.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which means not by any effort of mine, but just how the system works. There's quite a bit of times where I'll spend threat and you won't know because it's not going to come off the table. It comes from somewhere else.
Makes sense.
Oh no. Luckily, they have a reroll. That gets 4 successes. Now I need the shuttle. And not surprisingly, something that has a total of an 8 doesn't actually do much.
Security 1, that's a pretty beat. That's a shooty shuttle.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for a shuttle that is high.
Nothing wants to fight
At level
things.
6 and it weapon security. That's impressive.
All right. As the chief has anticipated, a micro torpedo is fired at y'all and will hit y'all on the engines.
Mhm.
Let's see. They
Just like,
probably won't get a second shot at this, will they? My kingdom for some threat.
I assume
We'll spend.
from this angle, the only piece of the engines they could have hit would be like the nacelles, right?
Yeah, they probably aim for our big engine thing, our big engine looking thing, because otherwise they'd have to hit the deck below us for engineering.
Mhm.
Or I guess missiles can curve. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they targeted the missile specifically, so it's probably not firing on a direct straight line.
Makes sense.
That's the question. Added damage or devastating attack?
Oh dear God.
Oh,
I
like either of those.
think added damage because. Oh no, I'll do devastating attack. If it was. There's 2 different people who'd make 2 different choices. The person who got to fire the shots this time is the one who has hate for authority has consumed me. So they're doing devastating attack. So that is a hit to structure. So let's figure out how to resolve all these. So they're torpedoes. I believe are 3 damage. Is that correct?
Severity 3.
Severity 3. That is correct. Oh wait, that may not even make sense. They may have to do damage. I'm learning this as y'all are, but do they have to? Do they have to beat your resistance with severity, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, nothing happens to our shields.
What happens if it's equal? Does it say that?
Well, it's like they describe it as an extended task, so it's like they're trying to tick up our shields to do. So if they get 0, if they just tie, nothing happens because they don't make any progress.
Damage equals resistance, so net equals 0. Yeah.
If I had modulated the shields, they totally would have hurt us just with that alone. I was just.
And
Your damage rating is determined by weapon used, which may be modified by talents or other factors. If page 309. So they do at least one, even though I up the resistance. You always do a little bit of damage if you hit somebody.
Your damage rating is determined by the weapon you use. If the target ship has any resistance, reduce your damage by 1 for each point of resistance to a minimum of 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't reduce it to 0. Okay, so they do 1 point. And what are your shields?
Our shields are 10. We've taken 1, they're down to 9. If it's accurate on the sheet.
It should be accurate.
A ship's normal max shields are equal to ship's structure plus scale and security.
Plus scale and security?
Yep.
Structure 7 plus scale 2 equals 9 plus 3 equals 12, which have 2 more points in shields then.
306 for that.
Yep, I'll change that on the sheet. Manually set shields. Oh. And we're at 11 then.
All right. Yeah, the torpedo impacts. There's a minor jolt and shields are at 91%.
Yeah, because they devastated us, right? So they dinked us twice.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was on structure. And again, you can't reduce it by more than 1. And this doesn't get the benefit of
Until my next turn.
No. Sorry, that's not what I was.
My mistake.
I was gonna say it doesn't get the benefit of extra damage, but I didn't even spend for extra damage, so it wouldn't. There's a secondary explosion. And shields are now down to 82%. And it goes to y'all.
Captain, up to you, but if I go next, I can increase our resistance by another 2 points.
Because if you want me to shoot, I have to use a major action to shoot, and I won't be able to modulate the shields again.
Okay, we have. Sure. Then yeah, why don't you go and why don't you take evasive maneuvers?
All right, turn passes to me. I'm going to. Do we have a scale on that ship? Yeah.
I don't believe that was ever asked. No. Oh, I did tell you that it was about the size of your ship.
Okay. Cool. So that means that I probably don't get any benefit from The needle. Colin, do you want us closer?
I'm sorry?
I'm
I didn't
asking,
know.
I'm asking security. Be closer. Which is bypassing the chain of command.
Depends where what the captain wants to shoot. I would suggest being closer if we want to be shooting phasers back at them.
Yes, then you can move us closer.
All right, so I'm going to start by minoring to impulse. Impulse here. Move I can move there. Yep. And then major action, I'm going to take evasive action. Next turn, all turns. First turn. I can see if I have to make a roll now or if I make a roll. Okay, I declare evasive action as my major action, but I don't actually make a roll until the enemy tries to target us. I believe.
Because you're turning their attack into an opposed roll.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
You have no momentum at the moment, so it has to go to them unless someone has a talent.
I don't think so.
No, I
Oh.
had a different plan for my turn, and I realized I wasn't making a roll, so my plan doesn't quite work out. But yeah, still do that. Good plan.
I'm sorry. I have decisive leadership, so once per round we can keep the initiative for free. So if there's anything else you want to do, although that might better be spent by someone else.
Yeah, I think that might be better spent by someone else because since I didn't make a roll, I didn't have the possibility to generate momentum, which would then allow me to swift for fairly free and do something else. But I haven't read evasive action yet because I just got the book.
Well, there's one person who's really great at generating momentum.
Yeah.
Well, that's my luck, really. I actually have to succeed. But if you want me to shoot, like, that gives us a chance to shoot before they shoot back at us or do something else.
Yeah. The captain. Once we're closer in range, the captain will say, "Fire phasers, full power."
That case,
the normal difficulty to shoot phasers is 2. Trait's gonna push that up to 4, and evasive action pushes that up to 5.
Minor action, I prepare the weapons.
Yeah, turning them on would help.
The difficulty, I think, is impossible. If I press the phaser button, nothing happens. What are you doing?
Do they automatically come on when we call red alert?
It's a minor action for me to do it.
Got it.
If you say red alert before combat started, I'll accept you don't have to do that.
All right.
But y'all were not at red alert when combat started.
So difficulty again was 5 total. Sorry.
Yes.
Well, I have a focus. That's easy. I'm unlikely to get it by spending nothing. If I spend a value, I'm still 3 short. So trying to be self-reliant here is not really useful.
I will actually offer determination at a complication. I offer a single warning, not 2. I don't anticipate you're about to give a warning. Unless that you were intending to intentionally miss them with this shot.
Retroactive warning shot is the best kind of warning shot. I missed their warning shot.
If you aren't trying to hit them, then the diff goes down to 2 because you can just shoot anywhere in the gas giant. All you're demonstrating is powerful phasers. But if you actually do want to hit them, then I would suggest your value is going to prevent you from doing that because
Yeah.
your character does think you should give them a chance.
I am.
If that's what you think the
I
security
would.
officer would do, you can't do that. I don't
Oh.
think anyone's going to oppose you.
Oh no. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the kind of player who's willing to take a ding sometimes. I'm just thinking of how I'm gonna do it. I am. Yeah, I am gonna try to create a trait by that warning shot. It's just it's like I purposely missed you. I'm gonna make it look, for the captain's benefit if nothing else, I'm gonna make it look like I was shooting as close as I could, but I'm letting them know I easily could have hit you somewhere vital. And actually spend my determination toward that value for a single warning not to. It's a clear demonstration of I could have hit you. I chose not to.
Okay.
What's the diff on that since I'm warning shooting again?
Normal difficulty of create trait difficulty 2, because you don't actually need to hit them.
Oh, I won't spend on anything because self-reliant. I'll generate bonus momentum out of this. By self the roll, because I can roll complications, that can still happen. Anything else I can do? This is not personal combat, so COS doesn't help. That doesn't help. Yep, good. Bang. All right. Weapon security.
So you gain
Bang.
a momentum, and I think you gain 2 bonus momentum because it's diff 2.
Yep.
So yeah, you fire the phasers into the gas giant. You're like 500 kilometers off, but no one who cares really does care because it looks like you just, to anyone who's not in the know, it would just look like you missed because the scrambling of the ion storm. But whether or not they think you were trying to hit them, they've gotten to see that you have starship level phaser banks. And I think you can spend to
I'd like to increase. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was gonna say I was gonna try to increase the potency of the trait that I'm inflicting on them.
I don't even know where to double check if that's something you can just do. I know potency is a thing.
260. Don't mind the scared guy making everything complicated, folks.
That's so good.
Oh, or increase the potency of. All right, you can also remove a trait currently in play. So, you could spend to, like, you already succeeded at the warning shot, and you can increase its potency. You can also remove the high energy bloom or the upper atmosphere ion storm.
I'll spend them to a warning shot. I really want them to. Instead of 500 kilometers, like 300 kilometers. Like it's just that extra little bit closer, or just a little more intense.
All right. It will go to them.
And Aratama basically would have said something like, "Fired, no contact."
Oh, I think I was muted. Sorry. we've keep the initiative. So if you want to take another turn to fire at them again, guilt-free, you're more than free to do so. Up to
No,
you.
you kept to for them to
go.
go. So I think they could take a swift action, but if they don't take a swift action, it goes to the other side.
Okay.
Because you did spend to go straight from con to security.
You're right. My bad.
I thought about swifting, but I don't have a. I'm gonna see if they accept my warning or not before I do a swift.
That's fair. It's kind of pointless to say stop resisting as you were shooting at
Yeah.
someone.
That turns into dance monkey dance as you're firing at their feet. It's like, okay, enough. That's not a
You
warning
can be
anymore. You just
directed
teasing me.
later if need be. Besides, I can get you a lock.
Yeah. You know, I surrendered the turn. I'm not swifting.
Just thinking.
Should we have more momentum? Am I crazy? I only use my bonus to do the increase. And I spent for my thing, so I should have generated 3
Y'all
momentum.
were at 0 momentum.
Should be at 3, yeah?
You the difficulty to establish the trait at all was 2. And you rolled 3 successes.
Oh, yeah, I can do math. I'm awake. Don't mind me over here.
I believe you.
Hey, I'm the person who thought 3 + 2 + 1 = 5 an hour ago. So no judgment zone here.
See, I can do math. I just end up rolling like dog this the time.
If only every skill check was a math test, like a mini math test, you'd be fine.
Then again, when it mattered, I did get that crit.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's going to be the type of character this is.
They will shoot again. The trait, this mysterious captain you have yet to put a name or a face to is going to use the trait Double Down to ignore the first potency of warning shot. Because he's been doubling down this whole time. He's not going to stop. It's the problem
It's
with
like-
people who gamble and double down every time it comes up.
Yeah.
Sometimes the numbers don't come up in their favor.
I thought that mathematically, most of the time, the numbers don't come up in your favor.
That sounds like someone who sucks at Domjot speaking.
The plus side's
No,
an
it
opposed.
sounds like someone able to impose basic logic on games of skill and chance.
That's assuming games of
Oh,
logic
it's
and
so
chance
Vulcan.
are. Really, it's about the spirit of the game. Part of the cards, if you will.
So you're saying it's skill based,
Yeah, sure. Stop
and
checking
therefore
it's-
not gambling.
I don't know. I mean, the spirit can be fickle. What if your friends don't cheer you on enough?
Right.
What if you fall in love with your opponent? You know, things happen.
Enemies to lovers. It's such a common trope.
Evasive action explains the question I had. I was thinking about doing defensive fire as a way to cover, and I was like, no, you
Yeah,
can't
they
evasive
overlap
and,
each other.
and defensive. You have to do one or the other.
Yeah.
I'm evading and shooting randomly. Wee! What are you doing?
Yeah,
It's
the
sort of
enemy.
like a navigational hazard is what you're doing it that way.
Yeah, the enemy center operator is just like, Captain, the ship appears to be crewed entirely by idiots.
I think we just let them do it on their own for a couple rounds. They'll destroy themselves.
Yeah, Christmas decoration.
Uh-oh. Help us, Helm. You can save us from death.
That's the plan.
I assume they're shooting at us.
You see, and given Helm's my
They
responsibility,
are.
means I'm saving you from death. Technically.
Oh
And
my God, glory hug.
yeah, you can. Um, it's an
Opposed?
opposed to daring security.
Yep. I'm going to die a third die with threat. I believe, because we don't have any momentum, right?
We have one.
With one. And let's use threat. Only one to be useful. With a focus in combat maneuver.
Yes.
I thought so.
So did you give me a threat or you spend a momentum?
I gave you a threat. I decided that keeping a momentum was probably more valuable because momentum seems slightly bit more valuable in 2E in some ways, and less in others.
Oh,
You know?
hold on. Before I lose my train of thought, I forgot to re-roll for targeting solution.
I do want to know that before I. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So they're at
It's
3.
three no comp.
Gotcha. Rolling my 3 dice. That's 4 plus the ship rolls structure con. Hmm, that's a 16, so no con. We bank a momentum off of that.
Big
Then.
momentum.
I also generate a bonus momentum and can choose to move the ship up to one zone. I don't think either of those things are useful, really, at the moment.
What can you spend them on, sorry?
So I get a bonus momentum from my roll because I succeeded on a con task to pilot Starship, I'm pretty sure here. So I get a bonus momentum. But I just have to use of what I just did. And I don't think there's any way to do that. I also, as part of evasive action, can move the ship one zone whenever we're attacked. So I kind of skid around on the map in response to being targeted. But I'm not going to do that. Just move around in the zone. I believe it's back to us unless they're switching and keeping.
You could spend momentum to counterattack.
Damn.
Oh no, that's defensive fire.
Yeah.
You did
Evasive
Oh,
action.
evasive action, which is
evasive action.
different. Also, I will note our resistance right now is 6 until by the time that I go. So even if they do connect,
How did you raise the resistance?
I have a talent, glancing impact. Whenever you succeed at the evasive action, major action, increase the resistance of the ship you're piloting by 2. This bonus lasts. Start your next turn.
Oh no, his turn has already come, so y'all were already back down to 2 resistance.
Okay, we're back up
That
to
was
4
that was the calculus he had to make about taking his turn.
Right. I'm also all the way here and completely awake. I'm sensing a trend tonight.
I woke up for the game, but I have a toothache.
Okay.
Excuses.
I I will swift task.
How'd you do
Want to try and shoot me again?
Nope.
Damn.
This is a perilous moment. We gotta dig deep.
I'm concerned about that means.
Give me an extra cup of coffee, I'll show you. I need to be more aggressively Italian as the XO of this vessel.
Yeah.
He's going to hand brew espressos.
So, it was a long shot because Swift Task bumps the difficulty up by 1, and he still has 1 difficulty from Warning Shot that isn't covered by the trait of Double Down. So he just met the difficulty of what is normally a diff 0 task. So no momentum gained.
Oh no!
That's really funny.
Someone tried to rally.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you're saying. Oh no, for this is a good thing.
Sorry, I'm speaking on the other
Oh,
side.
oh,
I feel
wait.
sympathy for the other side.
How dare you? That makes you sound like a traitor.
Hold on a second.
The airlock is over there.
Fortunately, I have the keys, so
If you could see yourself out, then
I'll grab a suit real quick.
that's fine. No one's coming to get you.
They just swim over
I mean,
the
these guys are
planet
looking for a
and
security
survive
guy,
our injury.
apparently. So
Okay, it goes back to y'all.
Doc or
Right.
Psy or Cap, I believe.
Yes. Would you
Yeah.
like me to do a scan for weakness and then pass it to the captain?
So I can direct to shoot. Yeah, it sounds good.
If that is the plan, I am offering a suggestion.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a good course of action to me.
Lovely. Watch me complicate on this.
Narratively, the captain is in charge, but I'm fully collaborative when it comes to stuff like this. I'm not going to be bossing people around. That sounds like a great plan to me.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Scan for weakness is control, science, difficulty 2, sensor security. We don't have a breach to our sensors, right?
No.
You don't have any breaches.
Oh, good.
So far, we've taken 2 points of shield damage.
I get 2 assist die from the ship, which means double the chance for the ship to complicate. Let's go. And it's a diff 2. Unless there's the difficulty shouldn't be increasing, right?
Oh, for scan for weakness?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've got a probe in
You
there.
have
with
2
them.
traits, so it's diff 4 right now.
Oh.
Yeah, but he brings up a good point.
Have the ability to have spent at any time to get rid of those.
But he brings up a
It's just
good
a thing
point.
you can do.
Earlier in the game, we did shoot a probe in this area, so unless they destroyed the probe, does that help?
No, the probe only allowed you to act as if you were in that zone.
Okay.
So
okay.
this is even if you're
Even if you were in that zone, you would have to go down into the atmosphere of the planet. You would
Understood.
have to go from close to contact.
So I'm gonna minor calibrate the sensors.
There you go.
I'm learning.
You want to straight up ignore one of those
You can
traits, or
ignore
Yeah.
one of those traits, or you get a reroll.
yeah?
That is, I get a reroll. Oh wait, no, I may ignore a single trait. I feel like that's more
which is straight
valuable
up better
than
than
a reroll.
unless you're
Yeah.
going for crit.
Yeah.
So you're gonna ignore probably high energy bloom.
Something like that.
All right.
Being a human doesn't help with this.
Does being Italian help with this?
Yes, can I have the trait Italian?
Unfortunately,
No, unfortunately, these people are not Austrians or Greeks, so
Are they Turks? Or equivalent?
Or French.
Or
Or
French?
equivalent.
the answer
Or
are
other
their
Italians?
equivalent.
other Italians.
Wow.
Yeah. Are they Sicilians? Is the
Yeah.
real
Are they
question.
They are they do not qualify as a people who may have or may
They don't
not
qualify
have
as a
historical
people.
grievances against any of the former
Look.
Italian empires.
Look, as,
I wasn't even meaning empires, just people,
as someone who is actually half
individuals.
Sicilian, ouch.
They make them an offer they cannot refuse.
Listen, having several Italian friends, the amount of hatred they have for the word Sicilian.
Anyways,
It's
your
so
diff
Uh, yes. Anyway, so we have momentum. I feel like I'll spend 2 of that and give you a thread. And we'll use sensor operations. If
As
that
well-
is
yeah.
acceptable. Yes. That or rapid analysis. I feel like either or
Sensor
could
ops.
honestly be applicable. And yes. That is 3 so far. Oh my god, those other 2 are 19s. Go away.
Ooh, that was close.
Okay, I guess I can get the ship
Assisted by
here
ship
with
sensor security.
yes, census security, which is the same as our census science. Look at that. We are on a fantastic fuck.
Those aren't actual comps, but yeah.
No, they're not actual comps, but it's also not a oh, it is a success because I brought it down by 1. Ha ha!
Yeah.
I am competent at my job.
still here.
Which is
Oh, you're gonna hate this. No, it's actually at diff 4 still because
what?
it's an increase of diff for each category range beyond close, and you're at medium range.
We have a probe in there with
count
them.
as closer
Oh
to the
yeah,
probe.
you
Yeah.
can. Yeah, you can count.
Go
the
away.
probe. You can count the probe.
We've done one death. We've all done it.
The probe was helpful.
Hey, people underestimate the power of probes. I love these things.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
were great in first
okay.
ed too. People just keep forgetting to use them.
Okay. So we have a probe there. So it is still a diff
Yes.
3? Okay,
It is still diff 3.
got it. Which means that the scan for weakness has next
can
attack made
either-
against that ship increases its damage by 2 or gains the piercing quality.
So
Which one's more valuable to
Piercing does.
security? It does depend what piercing does now.
Piercing.
Learning with the learning with the Andromeda.
Look, this is great.
A
Last
successful
time
attack.
we did a section 0. This time we're doing it. We don't know what the hell we're doing.
A successful attack with this weapon ignores the target's protection rating. Ignores? Sorry? What?
What's the protection rating?
242. So it just ignores resistance, I guess?
But
Is that what
resistance,
protection rating means?
but resistance is still in the book. Like protection rating. I need to look this what it says.
Like, does it ignore just all resistance?
Yes, it says when this weapon makes an attack, any resistance the target has is ignored.
Oh my
Okay.
god. It's just
Then
all.
I think that's
all.
the answer.
So if the ship has less than 2 resistance, which is possible, you would want to take the increase in damage, or if you might
Yeah.
have some other talent that would help with better damage. But yeah,
True, it would have to be
in
talents
this
that would.
case,
Hmm.
it's the same effect because
It's 2 and 2
actually,
regardless.
you don't know what their resistance is, so
Yeah.
Well, I do now. You just kind of
no, you
Freudian
don't.
slipped.
He can pencil it into anything else. It could be Neutronium.
He could. He could make it a 1
Because
now.
I bet you think it's a number that it's not actually.
My guess was a
It's
2.
not a number?
No,
If I
it
was
is
to
a
have-
number. It's
Oh,
not the number
okay.
you're thinking.
If I was to
Okay,
have
sorry.
faith in the Freudian slip, I would think it's a 2. And that is
you
to
think it's a
believe
3?
that you would make it 2, or make a Freudian slip,
I
not make it
just-
2.
Just go for piercing.
I'll-
It sounds-
Yeah, I'll go with
okay.
piercing. I'm
Okay.
relatively new.
All right.
Also, having any expectations for the ship crew to modulate their shields or anything like that, taking that into account, we're going with that.
Yeah, because they could. Yeah, and they could have some like weird talent or.
Yep. Also, they're a small craft.
Hmm.
I don't know if that adds to it now or not.
Okay. And do we have enough resources to keep? I don't think
You
so.
have none.
We don't. I unfortunately did neglect to make any momentum.
That's okay. Well,
If I had determination, I could make 4.
I mean, on my next turn, I can still direct him. It just means they get to go first.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but we still have benefit of dodge and weave and stuff. So if they want to shoot again, it's gonna be it's gonna be a tough time.
Yep.
I think we'll be fine. We'll be okay.
They just know we're looking at them real hard right now.
Yeah. I will point out that we could, not that I'm saying we should, I'm saying we could keep initiative because one of the few things to spend threat on that's is keep initiative. But I don't think we're in that desperation. I think our helmsperson is going to save us from being shot at. I think they lose
Not
that
worried
fight if
about
they shoot
it.
at us.
Yeah.
There's only like 2 things you can do with threat, and everything else is like, nope, can't do that anymore.
Probably for the best, considering how high threat could get at the end of a session.
Yep.
All right. Everybody who was important and had a name is gone, so we're scraping the barrel. Let's see what crewman Joe Schmo can do.
Oh, when you said has gone, you didn't mean they left. You mean they'd already taken their turn.
They
makes
just
more sense in
died.
context.
No, we just haven't scanned for the escape pods that are like slowly tricking out the back right now.
Behind you.
Like they're leaving.
At this point,
I'm sorry, we've made this into like a chaotic session.
It's a learning time.
I don't know what else we would expect given all of
It
Yeah,
is
screw
us.
those colonists. Y'all are having fun playing with the
Well,
Soul
they're
Shuttle.
already dead.
I would
like,
love to help the colonist GM as soon as we're not being shot at.
You
Yeah.
provoked them. They were just happy sitting near this gas giant. And you started scanning shit
I
and looking into
reject
stuff.
that
and-
framing so hard.
yeah, we
We're
looked at them
inside our
disrespectfully,
space.
Cap.
We're allowed to scan shit.
No, we looked at them disrespectfully. He's right, we provoked them.
Have you ever asked your local friendly neighborhood Klingon captain if it's okay to start scanning stuff?
Usually
'Cause
I
I'm
shoot
pretty
at them
sure
first.
they'd say no.
Well, I mean,
Then
I don't
again,
know if
they would
they'd
say
say
no
any-
to you being allowed to breathe. So
yeah.
How could you ever know that the Klingon ship exists to the point where you could communicate with them if you can't scan them without prior asking for it?
Would
that's
they
the-
even
that's
bother
the goal,
saying
though.
no?
They don't want you to do that.
Oh my
I
god.
don't know if they'd bother saying no. I think they might just punch you in the face.
Super Bowl rules, basically.
Blood Bowl.
Blood Bowl rules. Yeah.
That would be a Klingon game.
Oh, they'd be good at it too.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right, it's time to try something really desperate.
Raid Shadow Legends is a great game, and they should totally sponsor me. I'm just kidding. Oh, you meant you being
You
desperate.
didn't even say Raid Shadow Legends with enough energy.
Well, that's weird. The operations engineering doesn't have any minor actions to it.
Nothing
Oh, you
minor
can-
about engineering,
some of them
sir.
don't.
You take that back.
There are no minor engineering options, yeah.
Okay,
Engineering
well
serious business.
they do something which has no difficulty.
Ah, well, that
and
seems
it
kind of minor then.
goes to you.
I mean, technically, my evasive action doesn't have a difficulty now either.
Then that person's the one doing the role. Joe Schmo, the crewman.
You could say it's so Jover.
Nah.
Okay,
I'm
so it's
Captain
our
Marvel.
turn. So it's Argo.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then, having completed the sensor report, we're going to get a dramatic pull-in shot on the captain as she stands up and yells "fire." As I am now directing our tactical officer to fire upon them.
There is a weak portion of their shielding along the ventral portion.
And we have actually my turn, so I will fire normally.
You're looking at a diff 5. You're still the flight officer hasn't taken a new task, I don't think. So
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, that's correct.
I am going to. I am gonna give you a full mid.
I like the sound of that. I mean, Joe Schmo really hates it, but I like it.
Da.
Watch this be somehow completely unrelated to whatever the actual plot of this
Oh,
adventure was.
buddy boy, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Hey,
hit you
GM.
that hard.
6?
GM, if I'm giving an order, does a focus in rhetoric count?
No.
Okay.
Inspiration? Maybe?
I was just thinking I might, yeah.
Okay, so right now you've gained 3 momentum because it was diff 5.
Huzzah.
Jeez.
I am going to add hold on. I'd like to spend 2 to remove. Can I remove one of those traits from this engagement for 2?
Yes.
I'll remove 2 to have the high energy movement. Okay. Yeah. I'm supposing that after firing phasers or not much, eventually it's just dissipating.
Oh, this is you. You recalculated to ignore it. All it was they fired a few torpedoes to ignite gases in the atmosphere, and you've learned like, oh, that's not relevant at all to what I'm doing. I'm just
It's like, I'm just gonna ignore that now.
Yes, if I had actually earned momentum, I was planning to do something about that, but then I proceeded to not.
Holding me back once again. Typical science. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes. Violence is it is a solution. I just want you to do it properly.
Yeah, I didn't aim, so I have to. It randomly hits them somewhere.
Roll
Didn't
me a
aim.
d20.
Just fired wherever. 6.
I mechanically know what I didn't aim means, but just out of context, it sounds.
As long as I hit
Oh
them, I'm
my
fine,
God.
really.
I fired generally, and you know what? I hit them.
All right, and your ship has what as its phaser weapon severity?
4.
All right.
With
First-
piercing at present time.
Yeah, this is a piercing attack, so.
Okay,
Is that a good laugh or a bad laugh?
that's you wasted a lot of time doing that laugh.
Fuck.
Hey, we didn't
They-
know. We know now.
Yeah, so you know now. Small craft generally don't get resistance at all.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, they used to, so that's you can definitely tell
Plus,
where
alien
I
ship,
thought
they
that
could have
was
a.
from.
It
You know,
could.
Yeah.
I like the call. It's too bad it didn't pay off, but still.
Can you tell that this guy was not fighting the Klingons?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm used to fighting on the ground. I've only done this is probably one of a handful of starship combats I've actually been engaged with. I'm trained in it. I'm a security guy, ground pounder. Apparently,
All
I'm
right.
good at it.
So far, you've done 4 damage.
Do phasers have special things to them? Ship phasers? It says
You're
stuff.
versatile too.
Okay. Versatile. I think it does. I clicked too far.
If what you think it does is allow you to make combat momentum spins, of which there are 2, the answer is yes. Devastating attack or damage increase.
I'm going to damage increase because a second hit won't bend it. Well, it doesn't have piercing. So no, I'll do devastating.
Okay.
Well, that doesn't really work because it's half the damage. That only really matters if their shields are super. If I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to think theoretically what's the best move. Because if I do devastating, not 4, we're doing 2, and no resistance or minimal resistance. That still brings out their shields still come into it. So it depends how much shields they. I don't know how much shields they have.
So you're either doing 5 damage directed at one system, or you're doing 4 damage at one system and 2 damage at another system.
Yeah. What do our shuttles have for shields? Just so I have a baseline to guess off of.
Oh, you don't have shuttles, but if you're talking about like a standard,
Starfleet one.
yeah. Off the top of my head, something like 7 or 8.
Okay.
8, I think.
The devastating attack.
Y'all don't have shuttles this large, though.
That's true.
We're currently in one.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll add 1 extra damage. I'll bet on that. That way, none of it's being protected. Not that I know. A second hit might matter. Well, no. Devastating. I'm putting my foot down. That's what I'm gonna do. Which I owe you another d20. That's same thing.
Um,
Let's censor some.
their shields are still up, but they are now shaken as the captain yells, "Brace for impact." On the next turn, they may not take a major action
Mm.
because they have lost more than 50% shields.
Okay. Um. So is it their go or our go now? Because I think everyone on our
I
team
think
has
y'all
gone.
have one momentum, so I don't think you can.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
their go.
Yeah, the only person we have left is our doctor on our side, but we don't have enough to
Oh,
keep.
he hasn't gone. That's right.
Well, and he can be the sensor. He can do sensor ops because that NPC's still there.
Actually, let me double check.
Well, communications to Captain Surrender. We don't know what the values they've been sending to are.
Okay, so this is kind of annoying thing that you've done.
Well, I mean, that is our job description.
It
We are in the gnat of starships. Like,
doesn't look all that big, really. Oh god, it can shoot. Well, it missed the first time.
Where does it describe determination spins?
nope, I'll refrain from being a smartass. As much as it is my nature.
Wait,
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, sorry. Taking an additional action is not something you can do with determination.
You can't triple action anymore in 2E.
Well,
Where there's a will, there's a way.
it specifically says that that despite whatever methods you may have access to, you can never take more than 2 actions.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Never
man.
mind.
First edition said that too. It's just not the way we played.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No.
yeah.
Darn, we'll erode this ruling over time too.
If anything, it helps speed up
Well-
combat. That's the downside of doing it the old way. It can
Yeah.
both sides can bog down combat with a bajillion turns.
Hey, and
Oh,
they
yeah.
go even faster when half the things you want to do have no roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just at the moment slightly slower because we have to learn what doesn't have a roll.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm going to.
Surrender. Sorry.
Well, you could have done that, but you decided not to. I'm gonna
No, you.
spend 2 to swift task
No.
because someone stole my major action,
You're welcome.
which means
Hey, I
now
gave a
I'm-
warning shot. You're the one ignoring me.
anyone else might have listened, but this guy's gonna keep doubling down until he can't anymore, because that's how he survived this long.
How many levels of double down are we on? Are we like, 16?
Well, at this point, it turns to like one of those doubling dice
The
in
top-
Backgammon.
so the top is still spinning.
Man, they are not having a good day.
Some weird alien ship just rocks out of the shadows and says hi, and you're like, leave me alone, and then it starts shooting at me.
That's how they're gonna write this up to Starfleet Command.
Well, they have to be able to understand a written language first. It's the problem.
They also have to be alive.
But there's that, yes. If there's no witnesses.
That's kind of self.
This
Setting a
Why?
tone here. Setting a tone.
No. I will remove all of you from my chain of command and get a new staff.
You have
Mutiny,
to
let's
prove it was
go.
deliberate first.
Exactly.
Don't worry, I'll
Right.
back you. I'll back you.
So plan A has gone bad.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
So minor prepare,
Okay.
major warp.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Because they that's what they did with their action that was no roll last time was reserve power. So it's normally diff 1. And Swift task makes it 2, but and you can give me feedback if you don't think this is true, but I think warning shot's gonna bring it down by 2 here. Because they now do believe you.
Other people can contest me on this, but that would be Aratana's intention. It's you either surrender or you get away from me, or I'll keep shooting you. But I do allow
I
people
think
to run
that's
away from me.
That's a perfectly reasonable interpretation. However, I'd like to point out that I believe they are still in the upper atmosphere of the planet, so I think that should probably provide some difficulty increase.
Yeah.
At least in canon, I don't think you're supposed to be able to warp in atmosphere.
Hold on. They are in a planetary gravity well, so
That eats one of
they
the
would have to
gravity.
spend 1 momentum, I think.
Yeah.
To buy a miner to impulse out.
Well, no.
Right?
There are no. If there's difficult terrain for starships, you have to spend momentum to move through it.
Okay.
Page 297.
They borrowed that
So-
from Fallout. Similar idea.
So.
The Ion Star might mess with.
That does fall into what starship terrains normally are, so I'll move it from a cost of 1 to a cost of 2. Because it's not just a planetary gravity well, it's a planetary gravity well, and they're having to manually and very intensely manage the warp field because it just keeps wanting to collapse because of the ion storm. So, let's see.
They're just setting how hard it is for us to chase them now.
Yes, in the going to warp task, you got to succeed. You have to have more successes than they do. You also, I think, have to have. I think you might have to also have an equal or higher engine score. I may be wrong on that because one of the things you can do is not just go to warp, but not just leave the battlefield, but you can move a certain number of. No, I think I'm making that up. I don't think it takes that into account.
Yeah. Thinking that too.
Okay. Well, this is our last chance, so let's spend all we we can't spend all we got.
Because you don't have much.
And yeah.
That's one success. That's one success.
Oh,
Not very hard to chase.
So they jet on out of here. And can't keep even if I wanted to, because they only have 2 actions plus the 2 that they get from having 2 named characters on board. So it's up to you. What are the captain's orders?
Are we out of combat?
No, you basically have till the end of the round to complete a warp task.
Oh, so the only person who can go is the doctor, and we have to complete a warp task.
If you want to pursue the food deal.
And he would probably want to activate an engineer, because not only you'd have to succeed at transferring reserve power, you need 2 major actions to pull it off. You need 2 majors and a minor to pull it off.
In that case, the captain is going to say, the captain, having seen them leave the system, is going to say, "We aren't in the position to chase them. Stand down to yellow alert. Helm, set course for the planet. Vendar 3.
Yes, Captain. Permission to retrieve our probe first.
Yes, we should probably do that.
All right, well, we're gonna lose some momentum as we change scenes.
what do you mean? Let's leave it here.
Out of the first scene.
It's going to get amazing data on that ion storm from the
Man.
upper atmosphere.
We spent a lot of time on that.
It doesn't take long for y'all to figure out that as you start heading towards Vendar 3, trying to establish communications, eventually the planet that you would consider Vendar 2 starts receiving those and starts transmitting back to you. And
from the outside in.
A quick double check of the database reveals information missed earlier. That when this system was first surveyed, they thought a moon of Vendar 4 was a planet in its own right, and they misjudged its orbit because it was so far orbiting of the gas giant. So the planets are incorrectly named, but people live here now and they don't want to change it.
Hate that.
Okay. And
That bothers me so
is
much.
there anything wrong with the colony on Vendar 3?
Not. Yeah. So we'll go to the bridge real quick. As Governor Nomar Binwala shows up on the screen and says, "Greetings, Andromeda. We are receiving you."
Yes. Greetings, Governor. What do you know of the alien vessels in this system?
He says, "Well, we welcome all to our colony. We have we have people of a non-human ancestry on this planet, so there's free travel. People are allowed to come and go."
Yes, of course. But my ship and I, upon entering orbit of this system, discovered that there was a ship lying near the fourth gas giant, the fourth planet, the gas giant. And upon attempting to scan it, the ship activated, attempted to make first contact with us, and then became belligerent and opened fire upon us. Do you know anything about those aliens? Have they ever contacted you before?
Do you have a name of the ship or its captain's name?
Out of character, I don't think so.
You don't. You no. You never got it.
She shrugs her shoulders and says, "No, they went after us far too quick for us to determine that."
Says, well then, unfortunately, Captain, I don't have much to search through my records on."
They were a small ship, not much bigger than ours.
He says, all the freighters that come out here are small and similar size to you.
Yes, I suppose so.
This is just me saying that freighters are generally scale 2. Some are scale 3, but most are scale 2.
Captain, a suggestion, if I may.
Yes.
We might be able to share our sensor scans of the ship, and they can compare it to their scans. I would presume they would scan vessels coming and going into their flight area.
What my security officer suggests sounds like a quality idea. Would you be able to determine, cross-reference our sensor logs of the ship with your own?
Artana, you can give me insight con or insight. Actually, this could be con, sensor, science, or security. Difficulty 2. This is specifically allowed because you've lived on a frontier colony.
Um. I was gonna try to pitch survival as contact. Diff 2, you say?
Yes.
I'll throw a threat your way. Bye.
Okay.
Just.
Yeah. People who've lived their lives around homeworlds and star bases have a lot greater expectation of colonial security than actually exists. The sensors, quote unquote, that these people probably have access to is literal radar and weather satellites at best. They're just not going to have the multi-function sensors to determine starship type, because they don't even have a star base or a space station here, right? It's just beyond that kind of technology is beyond them.
Actually, Captain, I correct myself. Given the unique resources of the colony, it may be better to request sensor data from any ships that were in the area for the last star date or two to determine their records, since I don't believe the colony would have that information. I believe, though the governor can correct me. They may have more than I think.
He says we have weather satellites on all of the planets, and we have a large series of sensors to detect stellar activity, but that's the best we could offer.
Do not trouble yourselves with it. Whoever they were, the Starfleet will make contact with them again. Now, you requested Starfleet assistance with regards to a wildlife problem.
At that moment, a woman comes on screen and says, Nomar, they're coming again from the south. We've got to deploy the colonists. And he says, my apologies, Captain. We do need your assistance immediately. I have to take care of this. Please come to the colony as fast as you can. And then the transmission shuts off as him and the other person seem to start running, and then the transmission cuts.
Yeah, well then I will be ordering us into the colony immediately, because it sounds like they're in trouble.
Are we landing the ship, or are we transporting people down?
We are landing the ship because it sounds like we're going to need everyone we can get to help.
Well, so if it is wildlife, maybe an entire ship landing might actually scare them off.
That's a hope.
Listen.
Hey, no, I
I'm
agree with
being
you.
optimistic.
Yeah, hey. Worst thing will
Well,
happen, they'll run up
we
to the
are
ship and try
going-
to eat it. Which won't go
Well,
well.
if we are going to be preparing away teams, I will return to my medical bay and start gathering my xenozoology supplies.
You do so, Doctor.
Really don't like the idea of landing ships. That just seems so odd.
Doctor, give me reason, medicine, difficulty 2 to create a trait of prepared for xenobiology. And you'll want to write that down somewhere, because we're not too close from ending, so that'll be something you'll use next week.
Yep. Do we have any momentum?
No, that's why you have to succeed at a task at
Cool.
all. You don't have any momentum to spend to create it.
Yep.
Oh, you can actually, there is something that could help you here. If you go to the science labs.
Which are.
Oh, sorry. This also costs momentum.
Yep. Okay.
So if you set up a science lab which has an opportunity cost of 2, you get a trait to describe what the lab does, and it's potency 2. So it's like a more efficient way of creating a trait, because
Okay.
for 2 resources you get potency 2 instead of potency 1.
This is fine. You said diff 2.
Yeah, and I could let the task be to set up the science lab. I don't know if you want to work from the ship or not, though. So
I'm probably gonna be away teaming this, so I'm gonna want
okay.
to
So
basically
then,
have, like,
yeah,
my-
reason,
I'm gonna have,
medicine,
like,
difficulty 2 to know what
yeah,
you need.
basically I'll have like my normal med kit in like one of those little carry cases, and then in my other hand I'll have another carry case that's like dedicated xenozoology equipment.
Yep.
Xenozoology focus.
Yes.
I'm giving you a threat.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to do with that extra 2 momentum?
Is this something where I can spend 2 and increase the potency of the trait?
You could do that, although at that point I would change the trait from prepared for xenozoology to pop-up xenozoology lab. Like you have a couple of small deployable structures pulled out of
Storage.
and you actually take some of the larger, some of the large sensor and lab equipment that weigh like 50 to 100 pounds each that aren't really carried by a person, and you have those ready to be put on a grav sled and pushed out the back.
What do you say, guys?
Go for it.
Go for it.
Cool. Oh, I love it.
Sounds fun.
Let me think. Oh, you know what? Here's a thought. Might we just get like a handout that everyone can edit, and that way everyone can keep track of what the traits are for the game?
The problem with that is multiple people editing at one time. Handouts don't like that. I did think about that, but I thought it would just cause problems with multiple people editing. But what I mean is normally traits aren't going to persist across sessions. That's why I meant just like write it down on your sheet this one time as a note, because it's not something that's going to happen every episode. It's going to be pretty rare that you have a trait that's not permanent but stays past one session.
I just entered in Discord because that's.
Yeah, you can put it in Discord and I'd pin it.
Yeah. Which reminds me, I need to clean up the pins.
Oh yeah,
Oh, no, I already did. Never mind. Yeah.
I didn't know if you wanted what you wanted to keep, so I was only deleting as absolutely necessary.
I'm gonna peel back the rest. I think most of them.
Oh, well, you can keep the metaphysics thing.
Oh yeah, that
and
one's
I don't know if the hit table is correct anymore, so you might have to get rid of that one.
Yeah. I don't know if support's progressing to the same.
I don't know that either, so I would get rid of that as well, and just re-enter it again to double check.
Yeah.
The Savage Cast talents, I should hang on to those.
Edit that, Dr. Tour. Edit that to say that to put a 2 at the end of that, because we want to keep track of it has a higher than 1 potency.
Like that?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Now, Chief Griffin gets to do what every little con officer or con NCO spends their entire training days dreaming about doing.
And a land of starship.
You get to burn through the atmosphere and melt everything off the hull that shouldn't be there.
Saves us on cleaning the underside at least.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
hey,
like a good carbon slime.
Glass so much.
yeah. Why clean the outside of the ship when you can just heat it to a couple thousand degrees by just screaming through the atmosphere?
Exactly.
So this is on the sheet for the ship, because this ship, unlike most ships, has the special rule landing gear. The vessel is equipped to safely land on a planetary surface and can return to space afterwards. I saw every vessel is kind of equipped to land on a planetary surface, but this one can return to space. As learned by what was that generation? Which one was the one where they crashed? The ship?
Generations.
Generation.
Yeah.
They landed all right. They just couldn't unland.
To land, a ship requires reserve power to be rerouted to structure, which is a major task with no difficulty. So you just ask the chief engineer and he does it. Well, I guess you can't ask the chief engineer because he costs 2 to activate.
Yeah,
And you only
you
have 1
literally
point, so
can't ask him.
you ask someone else.
Yeah.
He's busy at the moment. He's busy telling you he's giving it all he's got while someone actually does the task. And then requires someone at helm to attempt a control con task with a difficulty equal to the ship scale. So this is 2, assisted by structure con. You can succeed at cost. Success means the ship lands on the planet's surface. Taking off requires the same task, but diff reduced by 2, which is only 2. I'm gonna spend the last 2, the 2 threat y'all have given me for the last 2 tasks. I'm gonna put that on.
Put it all on black.
What do you
I mean, I think I am.
There is a massive storm system along your entry vector. It's not over the colony, but the safe way for you to bring the ship into the colony has you going through this. And to avoid, you could try to avoid it, which is what the task might represent, if that's what you choose. But doing so means you're coming in hotter than you'd want to.
Now, I have a question. Does coming in hotter than I want to allow me to use daring instead of control here?
Yeah, still diff 3, but yes, I would allow that.
I'll do that then.
Oh, bar.
So we have to
We're
do
just
it.
dropping out of orbit like a fireball streaking across the sky.
You're not quite coming in that fast, but you are coming in fast enough that you're exceeding what Starfleet says is acceptable for routine procedures.
Might I suggest, Captain, that you look at my service record?
The human side of the ship has this under control.
Yeah. So do we need to activate a support in order to do the power stuff, or is it just narrative discipline of it?
You do, but you have the one of y'all could do it by going over to this console and setting it up as an engineering console.
So
I'll
I was thinking for the purposes of activating,
which
these, it would
requires
be
a
useful.
trait, so you'd have to succeed at a test. So either you create a engineering support, either you activate it your 1 remaining support and they do it for free, or you have someone on the bridge create a task which has a difficulty attached to it, but which you may get momentum from.
I feel like spending crew support here to activate one of our supports to just start them progressing is probably worthwhile.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
All right, so this is a thing to point out. Just to give y'all an example, I put together under handout strip procedures what the normal duty shift is.
Oh, nice.
So if you want an example of who would, y'all did just come off a red alert, so everybody's awake, so it could be anyone y'all activate. But unless y'all decide to reassign anyone, which y'all can do, the normal head of engineering on Alpha Shift is always the chief engineer, but he's too expensive. So I think Engineman Delphina would be the next on the list, though again, you can activate anyone you wish.
It would be like Delphina or Zero Balzox, yeah.
Sure,
Or
let's go with
Engineman.
Delphina because she has a focus in EPS systems. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, so when the ship is landing, does Soloris kind of manage all of the individual things that have to happen? Does Soloris give the command and Averni manages the exact tasks, or does the task get passed straight down to the Griffin, who then connects with all the additional people who have tasks to do?
Soloris is an exacting commander with a control 10, so she's probably giving a lot of direct orders here.
Then I think it's you who calls engineering and asks Delphina, who responds, all non-essential power rerouted to engines, Captain.
Commendable work, Engineman. Khan, you have the clear to begin landing procedures.
Yes, ma'am. Taking us in the slightly steeper descent angle, we've got a storm on what would be our normal terrain.
If you
Dude.
believe
I
that
get
to
pumped it up.
be, if you believe that to be the proper course of action.
Now, Vulcans have good hearing, so the captain might hear what she said under her breath, which is it's the fun option.
Yeah, you get like a like just like a classical Spock eyebrow raise as she processes that. But
Faced away from you.
But she's just not interfere with your fun here, so long as it doesn't compromise the mission.
Yeah,
Now to javelin
Okay.
into the ground.
exactly. Atmospheric flight is a focus GM.
Ask that again?
Atmospheric flight as a focus?
Yes.
Mm. Now, quick question. Does this edition care about me spending my determination session for milestone stuff?
Sorry, ask that again?
Does this edition care about me using my determination spend towards milestone things?
Yes. You want to record what you spent it on. Like you want to record the value and enough about what you did that we can kind of understand it later. Because when you use a milestone, right, you have to call back to a previous episode where you did something similar.
Then I'm going to spend a determination towards the value speed is a drug
Mm-hmm.
to get a free hit on this. And then I'm going to use resources to buy a second die. I don't believe we have any momentum, so it'll be what, 2 threat?
Yep.
Which I will spend on
Wait, why are you spending 2 threat?
To get an extra die. I thought it would be fun.
You only need to spend 1 because if you're determination spending, you're not doing it like first edition. You're just setting one of your
yeah.
dice. You're just setting one of your dice aside and turning it into a 1. So it still just costs
Right.
1 to buy the third
you only
die.
need to give 1 threat.
Yeah.
I'll need to give 1 threat.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, hold on. In this case, I don't need to give a threat because Faith of the Heart triggers when I spend my determination, adding 1 momentum, so I'll spend a momentum instead.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
That's
you
the
only
combo.
you only roll 2 dice, right?
Yeah, I'm only rolling 2 dice because I had to buy the second dice because I set 1 aside.
Well, then I
Um,
only have 1 threat, so I don't do anything.
Amazing. 5 successes.
The ship might let you do mean things to us because it does roll comp sometimes.
That's true, actually. It comps pretty easily.
Because some captain wanted to captain an experimental ship instead of a standard, trusty and reliable Oberth. You know.
I would have you know that I was not put in command of this because I chose it. I was put in command of this because I was the most senior officer available for the job.
Yeah, if Solaris said no, then the ship would have just set around K4 until someone could justify promoting Averni to lieutenant commander.
So yeah, 6 momentum on this tab. Or 6 successes on the tab, not 6 momentum. That would be slightly different.
Just a little different, yeah.
Yes,
You
but-
gain 3 momentum.
Yeah. It's a beautiful re-entry.
You might if you spend it on a trait and it's relevant to the scene where y'all land next episode, I'll let it persist. Otherwise, I think there's not much to do with that momentum unless you want to ask questions about the re-entry.
Um,
How cool was the re-entry? Like on a scale of 1 to
yeah,
10.
send
I'll
one
tell you
up
that
with
for
the
free.
re-entry.
It was 7.3.
And I spent 2 momentum to increase how cool the re-entry was.
No. Next time you can
Damn.
ask for a higher difficulty.
Okay, I'll make sure to do that in the future. Yeah. No kidding.
We land the shuttle. They're like the 3 judges. They all hold up the.
Oh,
It's just a
okay,
running gag the whole
actually,
show.
I actually do have an idea for a trait, which would be something like what's a good way to phrase it? Okay, I haven't phrased it yet, but I'm thinking something that indicates that this approach vector was also beneficial for like the angle and the descent vector and stuff allowed us to get some form of additional information on the xeno biotics that are down there.
I don't think I could accept that. I could the only
Better
the thing I
time.
kind of had in mind that might work is, you know, I think someone had brought up you might get lucky enough to scare some, like just look intimidating while you were landing. If you can think of a way to
Yeah.
justify that, I could accept it. But you're not scanning; you're just coming in hot, so I don't know why
Okay.
you would learn anything.
Then yeah, I'm coming in hot, and the ship's hot enough to make our landing zone fairly clear of any potential effects.
For
Then.
2 momentum, you can create high atmospheric sonic boom.
Sure, I'll
Something
do
like
that.
that. Or just sonic boom, right? You come in over the town and you're gonna break a couple of windows.
Yeah. It's fine.
We can
And-
fix those.
You probably break a few regulations flying over a colony faster than the speed of sound, but hey.
It's fine.
I don't think they
fine.
care if it stops the animals eating them.
Well, if the governor is still alive at the end of next week to send word off to Starfleet, that might be the case. But
Yeah.
that's where we'll close it off this week, and we'll do a little. I don't know if you want to do reputation and milestones and crew support upgrades on air, or
That usually takes a bit, and we so unless you want it to be recorded, you can
no.
keep rolling.
It's only if you wanted to show people how first edition works or second edition works. Otherwise,
I've already showed them how first edition works. No,
We don't even know how
Poorly.
second edition
you
works.
showed them first edition. I don't know if we could say you showed them how it works. Haven't seen
Dang.
any of it.
Oof.
No proof,
You know what?
yeah.
Actually, letting it run for a little bit to show this. We probably won't do it every time, but if nothing else, to go, hey, here's how it works, as far as we understand.
Oh,
Okay, so
Yeah. I noted 2 activations for supports.
okay. And I think like first edition, nobody gets anything till the second one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first activation is noted on Suzuki and on Delphina. Those are under bio and info. I feel like it might be nice to standardize where we do that.
Yeah.
Since we've never had it standardized before.
I can hear the bitterness from here.
wait, what are we standardizing? Because I heard static.
So you put it in. If you look on Delphina, it's in bio and info, and that's where we note where things are activated, what we did to the character and stuff.
Oh, you mean the thing that I started trying to get people to do
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
in the last game,
um,
right? Got it.
what y'all all need to do is write
We're not actually doing any
a
improvements.
brief description of the mission and how your main character was involved. It only needs to be 1 or 2 sentences. It
think-
says writing down the title of the adventure should be sufficient, but I would find it more useful if you described what your character did, because that's more informative. But if you couldn't be bothered, I would still accept a title.
What is the title?
False
signals?
signals.
False signals.
Al-
Okay.
Also, are you counting each session as an adventure, or are you counting the whole mission?
Each
as an
session is an adventure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm not. So next week, because of how far we got, next week will be called False Signals Part 2.
Mhm.
But it'll be like a continued TV episode, right? It's not. I don't know whether STA would want you to call it the same mission, but to me, every Tuesday is a different mission.
Already messing with how second edition works. You know where that leads? That leads to you learning at the very end of the edition how fleet combat works.
Silence you.
Okay.
Well,
Do we only
Uh,
get milestones
hey, guess what?
if we
it
spent
doesn't work right now
determination?
because it's not there.
Do you only get milestones if you
Uh,
spent determination like last edition?
166. Whenever you can. I don't think it does.
Oh,
So
It's just you wouldn't be able to call back to that episode if you didn't spend for it. Look.
Hey? Oh shit.
I'm
Oh, they're
taking
connected to a
look
character's
at
values, which, yeah.
Okay.
The director.
So I
Those
don't think
motherfuckers.
I actually. So yeah, I didn't spend anything. So
So you get a milestone if you spend, like left. Or left. not
Okay,
left, last.
so
This
you
also
still
sucks, right?
make a log entry if you use, even if you didn't use any of your values, but you have to have used a value positively or negatively or challenged to make an adjustment. You don't have to have used a value to write a log entry.
so everyone just gets to write a log entry just cuz.
Yeah, but also to get a milestone, the log entry has to have had the same value.
Huh.
Which is weird because it says note which, if any, of your values you used positively, used negatively, or challenged.
So I don't write it down because I didn't use any of my values for anything.
That's probably why they have the adventure. Like if it's across, if a whole mission has a thing, then that's like, well, you can have adventure with a small log, and then it's like, well, you might have used multiple values during a mission or something.
Well, the 2E is much more explicit that it expects you use multiple values and directives per mission because it calls out all the ways in which you could get multiple determinations a mission. Like tonight, I think that there was opportunity for you to have 2 value spins, right? Had you accepted, instead of doing the warning shot, if you had just said, no, I'm not going to shoot at them because that would be
If I
against my
challenged,
value. If you accepted the complication, right? Yeah. You could have then used that determination on 2. You'd have 2 determinations to spend towards 2 things. Well, okay, so it's weird. It does say you to create a log entry regardless of even if you didn't have a value to tie to it. The only thing is if you don't have a value to tie to it, you don't get any benefits. There's no mechanical benefit to it, so
I think they just wanted
having
the
a log to
players
write
to
a
be
log
writing
in.
things down so that they have a record of what they were going on. But it's
That
kind of
makes
expressed in a
sense.
weird
But
way.
yeah, it's weird to like tie that directly into a mechanic though.
Yeah, I get what they're trying to tie it into like the concept of Star Trek logs
Yeah.
as like a thing. So they're trying to make every player do it, but like it's
Oh no, I've recorded the mission number, so mission 1, mission title, which determination value was spent, and the fact that one was spent, and then I've just got like, oh, what did I do in like words like sensor operations, data recovery, translation.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's
That's
perfect.
basically what I'm doing too.
Yep, that's what I got.
So
Which is what I already did for first edition. So
Yeah.
y'all could swap an attribute, 1 point of attribute, 1 point of department. You could replace a focus, replace a talent, or adjust a supporting character's attributes or disciplines, swap a focus, swap a talent. Right.
like
You can't
if
you can't gain anything, but you can swap something somewhere around.
And then
every
that means that
mission
you
I'm
spend
swapping
the
stats
milestone
up
to
and
do that?
down.
What?
Or does that mean you spend the milestone to do that, or you just get that when you create?
No, this is for a log entry.
Oh,
This isn't
great.
you. This isn't even getting a milestone. Getting a milestone is a separate thing that's going to happen once you actually do a callback.
Got it. It's so weird having the same, for like a lot of the same terminology mean different things.
This is
Slightly.
like
So-
adjacent to the Klingon book.
When
Yeah.
you so during an adventure, you could use a value and call back to this episode for the same value. Or if you challenged and rewrote something, you call back with your new value to the one it replaced.
Mhm.
Well, you get,
And
it looks like you get a thing for doing a log and then getting a thing for calling back. There's two
they're
different
separate,
tables.
yeah.
Yeah.
But both of them require you to have used a value.
Okay.
Yeah. Arcs are
Yeah,
its own thing. Okay.
Well,
if you do use a value, you get the benefit of adjusting the character for that log entry. You also set yourself up to get a benefit for a future milestone. But to get the milestone, you still have one more step, which is actually using that value again in a similar way. And when you do, you place a tick mark next to it, because you can only use each log entry once. And then at the end of that adventure, you receive a milestone. And this allows you to actually do straight upgrades to you or the ship. So presumably,
Okay.
if Aratana finds some way next week to spin towards I don't give warning shots twice or whatever, whatever that one was, then you could increase an attribute but not to above 11, department but not above 4, gain a focus, gain a talent, help boost up a supporting character, or boost the ship up in a couple of different ways. So the path towards character progression a lot less painful than early first edition.
Yeah, yeah. Like you can get a character improvement in what, 2 episodes now?
Yeah, I don't know how likely it is because it has to be
Right.
the same value in a similar situation, I think.
Yeah,
But
but like the mathematical best you could do was every 3 episodes under the initial third ed rules,
and
and you
that
had
was
to win the spotlight for 3
and that was
episodes.
different too. In first edition originally, milestones only allowed you to switch around, I think,
Yeah.
disciplines and like focuses, and then a milestone, a spotlight allowed you to switch around attributes and talents, and only arcs allowed you to upgrade your character.
Yeah.
Yeah, first ed was weird because it really very much felt to me like they had built a system around the assumption that the players were not actually progressing and becoming mechanically stronger over the course of the game, which is fine because it's not, Star Trek doesn't really have characters leveling up. But then at some point in the design phase, they were like, oh, but people like to level up, and they put on a very, very half-baked system to get there.
Well,
Is a
I think it
little bit
works
better.
for the Klingon game, like because that's what the different progression system is for. It's for kind of an offshoot of 1E, but the like 1E progression was always kind of messed up.
So I think everybody gets for reputation. I think everybody gets let's see.
Oh, it's the same way as
It's very
Build It.
similar.
Similar, yeah. They did adjust.
Let's see. I don't think y'all can get mission successful because you don't.
mission is still ongoing.
No. Actually, I think it's a mission failure because you weren't able to stop whoever that was. You don't. Okay. At this point, you don't know. This is command looking back on it, right? When the full details have become available, because it did. It. They were doing something illegal, and you weren't able to stop them.
Yeah,
I had hoped chasing them off would have counted for that. That's my bad. Oh well.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
once
I
you leave,
could've-
they can come back. Is the thing.
Yeah.
So
I absolutely like don't want you to take blame because like I absolutely could have chased after them. I chose not to because I was concerned about the colony.
Yeah.
that's why everybody else gets obey. So you get 1 positive dice. I will give an extra positive to the chief of security for avoiding escalating hostilities, because you gave them, not only did you make it more difficult for them to shoot at you, so they were less inclined to do it, but you made it easier for them to escape. So that went from oh, our only option is to keep doubling down and get into the first ship to blow up is the one that loses,
Yeah.
to a you know what, instead of killing them, we're just gonna bug out. So that's common ground. I don't think it can be said y'all got common ground.
No, I don't think so.
Given their values, it wasn't going to happen because we're the man in the area, as it were. So they weren't going to want to be our friends, unless someone turned corrupt. Thanks, Captain.
What?
No, I would
No.
never.
Then we'd have a bunch of other negatives, so it wouldn't have balanced out. I don't think. Hey, peaceful
Yeah.
cooperation. However, I did vastly corrupt and embezzle. So
Okay, so as for positives, I think everybody gets everybody except the captain. So yeah, everybody except the captain gets obey. Everybody gets reasonable action to render aid or distress, because you did go check on them. You didn't just say, oh hey, there's a weird ship over there, let me go look at the colony, because you didn't know whether or not they were in danger.
yeah.
And so I think yeah, I think if Vernie, Tuir, and Griffin get 2, I think Artana gets 3 positives. I think the captain gets 1 positive of reasonable distress. Everybody gets mission failure because they are allowed to continue. They can't do it right now, but in the future, they could come back to do more illegal activity. The captain gets disobedient because Directive 1 is specifically not this. That's why the mission failed, right? They specifically didn't want this. No personnel were killed though. You only employed force to the defense of the ship. I wouldn't say that y'all employed lethal force. Their shields never went down, right? So if I had said their shields went down and you're like, okay, now we're using torpedoes, that'd be lethal force.
Yeah.
I don't think there were any unnecessary risks, because coming in hot at the end, that was a reasonable solution. Like there was a danger either way you went.
Plus speed was a
Um,
factor. We needed to get down
yeah.
there.
Did you cause through an action innocent lives to be lost during the mission? No. Did you lie, cheat, threaten? Oh, actually, think I think there's going to be a downside to trying to avoid escalating hostilities. I think you get a negative for threatening them.
I would take that. Yep. That's
Yeah.
100% what I was doing.
And I don't think the captain or any of the other officers allowed anyone to do anything unethical or illegal. So
So is it just
Nope.
them who gets it, or
say that again.
is it just them who gets that one extra ding, or do we all get it?
Oh no, just the chief of security gets the threaten because that was a decision they made alone. I don't think anyone else on the ship knows that's what they did. Y'all just think they missed, right?
Okay.
But some eagle-eyed tactical officer on K4 is going to be like,
Oh, it's
Gotcha.
Eritana again.
"Did
He
you just
did
like shoot at them
it.
without the captain's permission?"
All right. All right. I had a question I was going to ask, but I forgot. Oh yeah. So I'm still rolling rep as normal. 1d20.
So, it's a D20. The target number's 7 plus your rep. So for everybody, it is 3.
10's our target.
Oh, oh.
So Soloris,
Alright.
I think you have 2 reprimands now. Oh shit!
Holy.
I'm just gonna tip my cowboy hat for a second.
Let's go.
Apparently, Command thinks I led an abomination in which I was a complete failure, and then everyone else kicked ass somehow.
Yeah.
So Iverni, that's 3. Tuir, that's 1. Arvant. Well, so it's 3 except you have mission failure, so you get 2
2.
Iverni.
Yep.
Tuir, you
I
balance
do that.
out mission failure. Artana, you come away with
4.
4. And
No, less
Griffin,
than 4.
you come away with 1.
Yeah.
Less than 4 because threatened. You have failed and threatened.
That's true.
Oh yeah, you come away with
That's
3,
really
which is still
great.
enough.
It's
Yeah.
still enough.
Yeah.
It's still more than I think we were
One.
expecting.
Oh,
Yeah, really.
It is more than everyone else combined.
yeah.
God, imagine if that 4 had been a 3 and it was like
I am
That
just
would've been-
glad it wasn't a 20 for me.
would have been dumb.
I
and
left that with Rylov, hopefully.
I got nothing, and I evened out. I think I'm gonna head off because it's really late, and
Oh,
I'm really
That's fair.
Yeah. We'll catch you next week.
deal.
Is he?
So yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do for 2.
Is there anything I can use 1 on? Yeah, like looking.
Favor with the other
Um,
operations guy?
You could gain a favor with any of the either of the 2 NPCs that were activated. You would need at least 2 to get 1, I think, from the governor of the colony.
Yeah. Plus, I didn't particularly interact with the governor, I think.
No, but he may it may be that in that moment of oh shit, we gotta go or something. He remembers
Yeah.
he remembers you from the bridge and then sees you later. For some reason,
Yeah,
you
like-
stuck in his mind.
Yeah, you're the image in his mind, which, clearly I'm just gonna have Annie get the favor with the guy.
GM,
Let me do
Yeah.
that.
Do that.
Yeah.
okay. GM, okay. So, gaining antipathy is an option that normally costs 1 reprimand. Could I say that my actions prioritizing the starship over the colony gained me antipathy with the governor of the colony, who thinks I didn't prioritize his people? And could I argue that being governor of a colony is worth two, as it is a pretty high rank akin to being an admiral?
He is one of the 3 people you could gain antipathy with.
Okay.
There were named NPCs. You didn't get to learn their names, but there were named NPCs who could go from just we hate you because you're Starfleet and you were screwing with us to I have a personal vendetta against you.
You know what? Sure. Can I spend? Sure. That sounds like a better idea. I'll spend one of my antipathy for one and one of my antipathy on the other one, so they both hate me.
Oh, no. There's only one of them. So the one that used the value survival at any cost and double down as a trait, that person would cost 2. The person who used hate for authority has consumed me would only cost 1.
You can use
Sure. Then
two
I
to
will.
double down first.
Yeah. Sure. I'll go with the double down guy. He now has a personal grudge
Damn.
to pick with me.
I thought it would have been fucking hilarious if the governor despised the captain but liked the XO.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it. I'm trying not. I didn't want to derail the mission by having him hate me for no particular
Oh,
reason.
I get it.
Yeah.
Like, I
It's
get it. It's
also-
just like the funny thought that crossed my mind. Of,
Because also, I was thinking, right, like we were traveling for days to get here. And then when we got here, we spent like a grand total of like an hour and change in system before we actually went down. So.
I mean, we kind of speed along, but it was like it was like probably 7 or 8 hours.
Okay.
Because there was a impulse task there that took y'all across the star system, right?
Okay.
and you say that like the colony even knew we were in system at that point.
That's
they
true.
didn't.
We did send a "we're here" message that went to the wrong colony.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wrong planet. They're just there.
Do you think I could? Did you think you could like use that excuse if you're meant to defend a colony and like they get taken by the Borg? Because you can be like, oh, you want me to go to the?
And it's
I
wrong.
did love that there was it was supposed to be just like a weird question like, oh, why are they not responding? Well, let me look in the science database. Oh, okay, here's an easy, diff 1 roll or diff 0 roll to get that answer, get a little bit of momentum, ask some questions about the planet. But no one did that. Instead, because y'all scanned the planets and then you were like, oh, there's a ship over there. Now none of the other stuff about this system matters.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of questions about that one ship over there.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
The
Okay,
planet's
I
not
would
going
also-
anywhere. The ship might be.
It's not to be too critical, right? That is fair, but it also is why then when you told Artana to send them messages, he's sending it to a planet that has nobody on it and getting nothing in response. So now y'all spend most of the episode thinking they're like dead or wiped out or whatever. And
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
I did think
No one
those
looked-
assumptions were exaggerated in the extreme. Because like we
okay,
never looked for life signs or anything like that.
no, they did ask.
I asked for other radios. I was like, oh, there's just the one. I just assumed there's the one radio station and there's the one
Oh, you
subspace
did
station
that,
and
yeah.
one in orbit. I was like, because I was assuming, oh, there must be multiple things. There's just this one. So either someone got up and walked off because frontier life, you only
Or
live
it
so
broke.
long, or it's broken, or there's not one there and I talked to the wrong planet. But I thought that last one was a real out there thing. I was like, oh, there's no way, there's no one there. That's the planet we were told in the log.
In
Except they
my defense, when you said there are no radio signatures on there, my mind interpreted that to mean that like that something had happened. It was not merely that. It made me think that the colony was in some state of distress or collapse. And then we start talking about the shifty criminals in the weird spaceship that are like hanging out in a spot where they're hard to get. I just kind of let 2 and 2 fill in the blanks, and I assumed there was a direct link between the two. I didn't
Yeah.
know what had happened to the colony for sure, but I assumed that the ship was involved, and I didn't want to
Well,
let the ship
so I will
leave.
say, there's no evidence to against or for that the ship was involved in anything in the colony, right? That you haven't eliminated that as a possibility, so it's not like that was a bad line of
Oh yeah, yeah.
questioning.
By the way,
I'm
for
just
my,
saying I'm being eternally optimistic as opposed to pessimistic this time.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna spend my 3 for Starcross.
Okay,
Oh.
yeah, I was about to say that the two I would accept would be Grand Kite Order of Tactics or the Starcross.
Yeah,
I'm
I
spending mine for favor with Suzuki.
Oh, and or a trait, right? Because
I was thinking trait pretty hard.
You did want like frontier security or something. So
Oh, I saw the other part of Grand Kite. Grand Kite, I just saw success of the mission and just stopped. I was like, oh, or survival of ship and crew. I'm like, oh, I could do that.
Yeah.
I'll go with Starcross though. I don't think I did a super tactical thing. I just did something kind of cool. I just showed
well,
off
no,
on the
I
other
mean,
phasers.
if I had to suggest, I would suggest that the Grand Kite. While you can take Starcross, I'm not going to say no.
Yeah.
The Grand Kite is closer than the Starcross because I think the Starcross is any distinguished action, but the reason this didn't
Yeah.
escalate into a lot of violence is because of your tactical thinking, right?
You know what? You've sold me. I actually, I that does make more sense under that. Because it was a tactical.
Also, it's just a fun medal.
Yeah. One medal that I didn't think it was going to apply, but one was the one I will never take because my daring is garbage is conspicuous gallantry because that is a terrible medal for me.
Oh yeah, I mean, also why get a medal for 2 when you have 3? Not often you're gonna get this lucky.
I mean, I don't know.
You say that now.
Yeah.
I've got to vaguely prep the flat for showing, viewing, whatever.
So configured gallantry now can only remove 1 threat.
Come again?
I'm just looking at the new citation for conspicuous gallantry because Korea mentioned the daring thing on that.
Oh.
And because there's no challenge dice, you can't roll challenge dice to see if
Oh yeah, that does fuck that
That one.
entire medal up. No,
Yeah.
my
Yep.
that's a
favorite
different
thing.
thing now.
But it does burn threat, so it's still good.
Yeah, it's
Anything
still-
that starves the GM of threat is a good thing for the players. It's just
Where
not
are
nearly as
these-
powerful.
No, because that's definitely what y'all did this week was starve the GM of threat.
Where are medals listed?
They're
awards
a little bit, underneath the reputation stuff.
173.
Page 173.
I feel like I don't know what it's going to be like when y'all are on a planet surface, but when y'all are on the starship using the correct consoles, the difficulty don't get that high until you're dealing. When y'all got to dealing with a hostile, important NPC, the tasks did start getting a little bit more difficult because they had their own threat pool
Mhm.
and could make things higher than normal difficulties, right? I couldn't normally give you 6, 7, 8 difficulty, right? But when you're in an opposed task, that can happen.
Yeah.
But before that, pretty much everything was like div 0, div 1, div 2, because you're using the right consoles, so you're automatically getting a reduced difficulty.
Mhm.
And I think when if y'all start creating more traits, that'll happen more as well.
Yeah.
I think I'll close up here for the stream. I'm gonna take off as well. But
All right, then.
for those watching, thank you very much for watching, and for those playing and running, thank you very much for doing so. As for future VODs and streams, there will be. We won't go through the whole reputation and milestone because it is a thing that you take. As you can see, it does take a bit to go through, but it is a little different in second edition. I think it works pretty well. I do like that they took the better of the two reputation systems in second from first. That was some of the stuff they have is basically pulled from 2-3 different books. Now it's just no, that's just core mechanics now.
For now.
For now. And
Until they release 2 or 3 more books.
and
Sure,
milestones I
reputation
like as
system.
well because you can get them pretty quickly. It's kind of similar, but I think it works a little quicker than before. But it's pretty similar. It's not alien. But yeah, that's it. That's all. Hope to see you all next time for part 2 of our actual mission of dealing with false signals. Bye.
This adventure.
This is second adventure, actually doing the mission.
Oh, yeah. So y'all are almost to do the actual mission that I had originally planned, but then I was like, there's a small chance that we get through Session 0 fast enough to have a short hour or hour and a half long mission. And that's
Yeah.
what dealing with these people was supposed to be. But then y'all turned that
Uh-huh.
into a 3-hour thing.